Hey, what's happening? What's up? Carl, what's happening, my friend?
What's up, Ruben?
How you doing, buddy? I'm good, man. I'm good. You do? Happy to have you here tonight.
Man, thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I've been
for
watching
sure.
your show for a while now, and it's cool.
I appreciate it.
Invite.
Appreciate it. Very excited. Very excited, man. Yeah, I always like to have. I always like to do shows with guys who I see they have a very spirited nature about them, you know, and you can tell they're like into the hobby, you know.
So I love this hobby. And you love this hobby, and that's why everyone tunes in every week. And so
yeah, look,
it's awesome to see all the friends as well. It's great. It's like a party over
yeah.
there.
People wonder why your shows go so long, you know. But like, yeah, you like to talk. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I like to talk. But like I keep telling everybody, the people that complain, hey man, your shows are kind of long, right? It's like, but I go like, have you noticed though? Because you probably haven't, but go take a look. It seems the longer some of the episodes go, they have more views. So I don't know if it's people are just curious, like on Rewind, right? The Rewind guys are like, why did this go so long? Let me check it out. You know, I don't know, but you know, a lot of people here are regulars, and that goes to show we're doing something right, you know. But really, I think the main secret to whatever success I you know can claim is the fact that it's a very unique style of shows that we do together because of the fact that we make it all about all of us together, not just about me and my guests on screen, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'll say real quick. Speaking of like, I don't know how YouTube counts their counts, but their view counts. But I remember the Nick Barucci episode. That one, I personally watched it like 7 times that night because I was like running errands. I'll tune in. I got into a meeting, came back out. I tuned in again. And then I went to watch a movie. I came out and you guys were still talking.
Yeah.
I tuned in like 7 times that night. So that's hilarious in itself. So maybe that's how they count it.
I don't know. It's possible. It's possible, but you know, like I said, I appreciate everybody who's, especially the regulars and semi-regulars, you know, and that's we've built a nice community, you know, with the channel. So that's all that matters to me. So that's it. So I'm very happy. I can see, holy shit, 83 comments I've got showing, 84. What's happening? Like, what the hell? Everybody's here to see Carl Hollywood Choi, baby.
Ruben, can I speak for everyone real quick?
Yeah.
Even though you were apparently there, you were very so missed at OAX. It would have been great to run around you. You know. Just
Wait a second. Did you say even though you were? I was there, man. Don't say apparently. I was there.
Yeah, I know. I heard you were there.
Yeah, I was there. All right. Look at that. It jumped from 84 to 93. What the hell's wrong with these people?
Party time.
Holy shit, is it ever party? Okay, look, let me jump in real quick. Actually, before I even jump into you guys to say hello to all of you, I'm going to have to skip a bunch of your hellos because it's literally up to 100 comments. What the hell? Okay. It's never been this wild. But anyways, let me quickly do, let's let everybody know that not Carl Choi, but Carl Sodergren.
PG-13 Carl.
Put out his usual couple of shows, his videos, I should say. They're not shows, they're videos. They're pre-recorded. So here, let me put the link to that in for those of you who don't know who Carl is. And I'm talking about Carl Sodergren, not Choi. So there's one. And then he's got a second one. And that first one is a review of G.I. Joe #3, but it's like an original art review. He reviews the comic, but showing you the original art for the entire issues. It's really cool. It's a really neat way to do it. And then, of course, he did his Bagged and Boarded episode #23. And that is coming in a second. Here you go. There you go. It should be in there. Reviewing the comics that he read for the last couple of weeks. So please check that out if you have a chance. Nikki B, sorry, Nikki B, but I did not see anybody schedule your show for this week. But everybody, of course, please remember to catch Nikki B here every Friday, except for the last 2 weeks, of course. He had to take time off. And he was on this past Friday, but the previous 2 Fridays he wasn't. And yeah, check him out, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific every Friday. It's a chat show / sales, art sales, original art sales show. So please check that out if you do have a chance. And there's the lovely
I
gentleman.
swear he was at OAX as well. He was
Yeah.
really skin tight suit that
Yeah.
in TMI physically, but
he's there. He was there. He told me he was gonna wear like a nice red chiffon suit or something like that.
Yeah, I heard people got to touch him in places where no man has gone before as well. So
yeah, exactly. And just one last little bit of promo. I'll do it at the end of the show as I always do, but I wanted to do it this time as well. Next week, for those of you who don't know, next week is Super Bowl Sunday. And as I've done the last couple of Super Bowl weekends, Sundays, the last 2 years, still had a show. But of course, since I watched the game, I didn't do the show at night at this same hour. We did it earlier, like in the afternoon. So please catch me and several hosts, co-hosts this time. As you guys remember, Jason Ladwig is my usual co-host for that Super Bowl weekend. And he, as you can see here, will be again my co-host. But Carl Sodergren, Lee Parmenter, Kavi H have also agreed to come on as well. And who knows, there could be somebody else. We don't know. But please check that out. And I'm going to take this down because, of course, you guys all saw the wrong time there, even though it said 8 p.m. That's a mistake. It will be 3 p.m. Eastern, so noon on the West Coast. Yeah, so just try to remember that. But I will schedule. I haven't scheduled it on the YouTube channel yet. So once I do, I'll make sure I get the time right. And when I promote it, on Insta and Facebook, I'll make sure that the time is right. But it'll be 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. All right. So yeah, let's jump in here. And wow, there's so many comments, Carl, that I just found out that at a certain point, because I saw it hit 100, I saw it hit a little over 100, and then at a certain point, I noticed it went back to 0 and it went up to 30 something again. So
that's weird.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this fast, and I can't say hi to everybody. Rewind. Okay, so Mr. Red Jack, I'll try to say all your names. Lee Parmenter, this is a Canadian import. Yeah, thank you. TJ, what's going on? Trudeau's gonna slap a tariff on the American rupee. You guys keep making mistakes. Oh yeah, on your American rupee. Yeah, we got our own rupee. Don't worry about it. NSN Art, what's going on? Looking forward to another sick show and tell. You'll get it for sure. What up, number one Marvel fan? Good to see you. Feel entitled person in my area decided to come into my stores. Happy for the show tonight. What? This weekend at work, I feel every entitled person in my area decided to come in. So I already hear. Or Egg, what's up, Marcus? Who else do we got? People are losing it. Well, with good reason. I feel like I'm going to start losing it soon. Necessary pain. Yeah. Good evening to you, Rick. What's going on? Good to see you. Happy Sunday to you as well. Alberto. One of next week's co-hosts, that is, of course, Jason Ladwig. What's up? Here's for roommate before he has to start charging us for tariffs. Yeah, I gotta find out if I'm gonna get nailed with tariffs, but just by sending art over the border. Because
it'd be interesting, huh?
That's right. If it applies to me, I'm gonna get screwed. I'm not gonna be. Nobody's gonna. I'm not gonna be able to sell any art until this gets fixed. So hopefully not. But nobody, even my government doesn't know what's going on. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to try to find out somewhere or another sooner or later. A viable state it shall be. We are a sovereign nation. We're our own country, for God's sakes, Marcus. Why would we want to become one of 51 states? Howdy, TJ. Hey there, TJ. Ruben will have to embrace another root beer floats. My lovely wife. What's up, Vivian? Happy Sunday to everybody. Good evening to you, Peter. Good to see you. Stingray, ahoy. What's happening? And what do you got? Yo, from Carl, of course.
Yeah.
And the Grammy for the best indoor shades goes to, look at that, Hollywood himself, Carl Choi. And who else we got? Yes, Newell's here, Mr. Stingray himself. Hi, Kavi. Hey, all. What's up, Kavi? He just wants everyone to know that he took the photo of Carl at OAX. Well, be proud, I guess. Be proud. Let's see. Okay, who else do we have here that I haven't said hello to? Sorry, can't highlight all your comments because we'll never get the show on the road. Is it me or does it feel like OAX was more than a week ago? Both.
After party, guys.
Let's see. Feed pics, coffee. What? Okay. Wow, you guys are nuts with the comments. Holy crap! It's like so overwhelming.
I do agree.
Wow. Here we go. John Brown, what's going on? What's good with you, John? Good to see you. Send you my pics with Ruben and Marcus. Exactly. There you go. Please do that for us. Thank you. Oh my God, it's the Carl Choi. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And good to see you, Lee. What's up? Looking forward to next week with you, of course. And there we go. There's my lovely wife finally getting back in and saying, welcome, Carl.
Thanks, Vivian. Appreciate it.
I'm finished up today's Comics Den video. Then I'll be back. Oh, you're finishing it up. What's up, Dan? Shang-Chi and the Legend of Ten Toes. I'm not getting the inside joke, but okay. Triple X rated tonight.
the most triple X yet.
Ruben, welcome back. Why are you welcoming me back? I've not been gone. What's up, Gil? Good to see you. Carl's Wallpower. Let me see. The Beatles won Best Rock Performance for a song they wrote in 1970. When? This year? And finished last year with Artificial Intelligence? Oh, okay. I don't know anything about that.
I don't understand that.
Have not heard anything about that. I'll have to look into it. Or maybe send me a link if you got one, copy. And hey, Carl, great meeting you at AOX from Josh Flanders.
Hey, Josh.
What's up, Josh? Shirt. There you go.
That Manix shirt is fire.
I'm proudly irregular. Okay, hellos. A lot of hellos. Sorry. Wow.
Hey. You have that apron, Stingray.
What's up, Cab? Just checking in to register your like as always. We'll catch on rewind. I appreciate it, my friend. And he says, of course, hi to Carl. There you go.
Hey, Comic Card Boston.
Oh, Mike Snitzer, what's going on? Been a minute. Wearing sunglasses at night like a rock star. Corey Hart, he is.
These are functional. Actually, thanks to the pandemic, my laser eye surgery has expired.
Room push Nick to 18. I wish, Marcus. I wish. Where's the Valiant art? Who says there's going to be any Valiant art?
Who says?
Jason.
What's up, Jason?
Even as you know, Jason, even Carl doesn't know what we'll be showing and talking about tonight because I did the selecting, and maybe I'm not into showing Valiant art. All right, just to screw with you, because I know how much you want me to show it. We'll see. We'll see. So many friends in the chat today. Yeah, that's for sure. Holy crap. 6-hour show.
Have you ever had a show where you pick the art, but then your guests also try to guess what art you're going to pick? And then you see.
Not quite. Not quite. But I have the tendency on certain pieces to like always introduce them by saying things about them. And while I'm saying things about them, without mentioning what they are, they're trying to guess. I wonder what he's, what's this one good? I think I know what it's going to be, Yeah. So it's kind of fun sometimes. My apologies for don't ever apologize, Cab. How many times I have to tell you? It's fine. Of course, whenever you can. I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Because the longer the episodes, the more I break it up into multiple chunks. Have to watch it 3-4 sittings. That counts as 4 views. All right, fair enough. Good. Where are the white women? Oh my God. What? Where are the white women? Oh boy. It seems like a full house.
He made you say it.
Holy shit. Okay, it's not even a sales show, and I seem to have 86 people watching, which typically is what I would max out at on an art sales show with vintage art. That's insanity. But looks like looks like a full house. Absolutely. So take care, Cab. And exactly. See, he Kavi saw me. I was there. Exactly. Party. I didn't see Ruben. No, I didn't see a lot of you. Like Marcus and I mentioned, over the last week or whatever. A lot of you were making eye contact with him and I, and then turning away, like you were shy or like you just didn't want to talk to us. So that's why we left early. We were pissed off at all of you. So that's it. Hey, what's up, Corey?
What's up, Corey?
And who else we got? For only those that took the special drug beforehand saw him. Need to make Ruben mask and do skits next year. Oh boy. Groundhog said 6 more weeks of comic art. What's up, Geoff? Hey. What's good in Vegas? Everyone feels more connected now after meeting in person. Of course. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, that was kind of like the main purpose of me wanting to kind of deciding to let me try to see if I can create content on my own, even though I knew nothing about the technology and I was a technophobe. I decided to learn it and try it out because that's it. It's just kind of do my little part to try to. I always knew I wanted it to be interactive. That was the thing. I didn't want to just do shows that everybody sits there and watches. I wanted it to be interactive so that it could be like a hangout for everybody, and I involve everyone. So, so that's that's where it gets started, of course, Lee. And then once everybody gets to kind of, know each other that way, and then you start having conventions that open up and everybody starts attending, you already kind of know each other. So you could, it's a lot more fun to meet there and stuff. So yeah, it's very cool. What else we got here? So more back and forth comments, a million. Okay. I'm seeing some of them, but if I'm not, don't get upset if I don't pop them up on screen or read them out loud. For example, like the TJ one with the DeepSeek AI demo, things like that. Josh is complimenting you. He says you're a handsome man. There you go. You're very complimentary. Thank you, Josh. Thank you on behalf of Carl, of course. I know you're complimenting him. Let's see. Who else? Okay. Hey, there's the other Carl. What's happening?
My other Carl.
Carl from another mother.
Yes.
We were all there during the Magic the Gathering meetup. Right.
That was so fun. That was so fun. That was like such a moment for me. That
was exactly it,
I love
most of you didn't see us because most of you didn't come to Magic the Gathering. So that's why, let me see. Let the jumpsuit, sports ball. Okay, I'm going to have a Super Bowl of Cheerios. The Stingray. Get some Cheerios in. Nice. Evening, Carl. Everybody saying hello.
Peter, Alberto.
Chiefs Nation. I'm going for the Eagles, Marcus. Just FYI, I'm going to be going for the Eagles this time. Even though I hate the franchise, I always have. But I have been a fan of Saquon Barkley since his Penn State days, and even though he was an opponent to Michigan, I admire great players. So I loved him, and what a great season he had. So just for that reason alone, I'm going to go for him to ruin the three-peat that KC's trying to get there. And are you allowing football talk next week? Well, it's the pre-Super Bowl show. That doesn't mean we're going to be talking about football. I mean, listen, it's Super Bowl weekend. It might come up for a few minutes, but that will not be the focus of the show. Hey, David, all the way from Australia, as always. Good day to you, my friend.
What's up, David? Marcus.
Non-triple.
The other Carl.
Are we talking about? We're going to talk about Taylor Swift. We hopefully will not. We will hopefully not. Who's up that early at noon? I don't know. But hey, I won't hold it against you, Geoff, if you don't show up. So, Joseph Damon, Carl, I love saying hey and seeing your new.
Hey, what's up, Joseph?
Yeah. There you go. Rich Cirillo, good evening to you. What's happening? Yes, Alberto. Joseph Damon is here. He's been here a couple of times recently, though. So he's back. Taylor will propose to Travis after the game. That might happen. You never know. Carl breaking the algorithm. He certainly is. We're literally at 100 now.
Really? 100. Wow. Is that good? I don't know. What the numbers would be like?
For me, that's really good.
Awesome.
That's really good. 103. Are you did you like set up, like I'm not a tech guy,
It's all about the zingers. Someone says zingers, so the zingers just brought all the.
I don't know. I feel like you or somebody else might have set up some kind of like bot program to make it look like there's this many people. Holy
I'm really
shit.
far from being a tech guy. I'm
really? Oh my gosh.
I had my swing in a tech startup, and that was
oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay. I'll take your word for it. He's looking very Gangnam style tonight. Yeah. Let's see. No art before 10 p.m., please. Sorry, we're going to get it before 10 p.m. Don't worry, Dan. I know you're going to be gone, whatever. Come back when you can and catch the rest on Rewind. Let's see. Number one Valiant fan. That's, to him. Yeah. Peter, I've had the flu. Okay, I don't want to have to highlight those. I want to hear what? Tariff effects, original prices from the smarty people. I'm telling you, man, I really want to know, too. I need to know soon. 25
Tom, I messaged you on Facebook as well. Please respond. I had a question for you, number one Marvel fan.
Oh, there you go. Check out Facebook for your message from Carl there, Tom. And it costs as much as gas now. Yeah, probably.
Such an archiving.
Segway Shack. Okay, walk away. Oh, my money. Okay, Peter. Oh, okay. Let me see. Hey, everyone. Hey, Hyder. Still waiting to hear if you're going to be able to attend next week. Great meeting you, Carl. Look at that.
Same.
Everybody making friends. Do they still print comics at Quebec or? I don't actually know. I don't know for a fact. I would think, I mean, they were used for so long and they were cheaper than printing the ones that they print in the United States. So I would think Quebec or still prints a certain number of comics. Well, I can't attest to that, but I would think so. Just because it's cheaper. So yeah, hey Hyder, hey, okay. I'm almost caught up with the comments, everybody. And hope you bought your wife something special for saving the art.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I gave her a foot massage last night.
Nice. That's a good way to start, you know.
She said that was the most liked Instagram story she's had in a long time.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, she'll take pictures.
Ilya saying hi to me and to you. Hello, Ilya. Good to see you. And okay, everybody's back and forth. Are you gonna Manix art, Carl? What? Are you showing any Manix art today, Carl? What would he know? He's not the one. He's not the one starting.
Yeah.
You should know that.
Yeah, the boss. Ruben's the boss tonight.
I am the boss. Oh, that's what. Okay. Oh, I didn't know the Grammys were on tonight. Wow. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's who we're competing against.
Oh, okay. We'll have to look that up. Yeah. Andrew G, another newbie who hasn't been here, and probably in a minute. Spoiler alert, he says 2 hours of Azrael coming. I don't know about that.
Thanks, Lee. Appreciate the vote. Hey, guys, don't forget to vote for Alberto's pieces he has on CAF. Let's get Alberto a hammer tonight.
Cobby's betting that I did pick a lot of Valiant. He's taking side bets now, he says. Pat here. We'll try to watch for a little bit, but we'll watch the rest on Rewind later. Excellent. Thank you, Pat Bear. I appreciate it, my friend. I am meeting up with Manix next week. We'll make sure to steal the art, Tom. Nice. Who else we got? Well, it's okay. No, it's not. What? It's not a sales show. You're leaving? Get out of here, then. Get out of here. Besides, you spent all your money already. What do you care? Carl's a popular guy. Apparently so. You mind if we dance with your women? What are all these women jokes? You guys and you and Marcus are spelling women the same way. Well, I don't get the inside joke, man. I had to stop by live. Lee Harmon's back again. Been a minute. Carl Choi is here. He is indeed.
Yo, Lee.
Indeed, he do. B&G, what's up, Steve? Gotta go swim, as Arnold says. I'll be back. Sounds good. Great to see you, Lee. Hello. Did Carl buy the Turok 1 cover at OAX?
I wish.
Okay, Jason, please no card. All right, what's up, Stanley? No card art talk. Why not? I should have went to the card. I should have went to the card meetup, but no, I went to Miller's. Oh, I thought that was fun. You said it was fun last week. Yeah. Had a hankering for zingers. We went to the hot tub. Oh, you guys spent time in you Corey. You spent time in a hot tub with Tom. You and him together. Wow, that's interesting. That sounds very fun. Can't keep up with the chat tonight. Exactly, Hydra. Imagine me. Holy shit. What is that? The Buddha 63. What? Oh my God, lol. Holy shit. What is like how many years has it been, I should say now? Because I think it's probably been at least 12 months.
Is he like an old school guess?
Huh?
Has he been around for a while? Buddha 63?
Well, he's not really a comic art guy. He did one of my he co-hosted one of my earliest shows, which was non-comics art related. It was done on vintage paperback covers, which is the kind of stuff that I collect on my, what you see on my walls. Yeah. So he's into that, and we did a show together with that. So we had been talking about doing another show like that, and we started kind of working on it, and then I don't know, things got busy or whatever, and it just kind of fell apart. So good to see you though, Lowell. What's happening, man? Wow. Lyle Hobson's in the house. CJ, okay, saying hello. Mike Asbill. Carl, if you don't mind me asking, what piece on the wall behind you, color on the right?
This one?
Yeah.
That's from Darkness number 14 cover by the Hildebrands.
All right.
Yeah, I love the OG kind of Hildebrand brothers. And when I found out they worked on the Darkness cover, I had to grab it. And rest in peace.
Yeah, for sure. Post OAF copy no longer understands the reality of time, Dan. 4 hours is the new 2 hours, especially on this channel. Carl, I voted for a couple of the covers you entered into the best of, including the Archer Armstrong #1.
Yay!
There you go. Just as good of an idea as trading Luca.
Love Archer and Armstrong.
I don't even get that. Just as good of an idea. Trading
Archer and Armstrong.
Yeah, I read that back in the day. It was fun.
So good.
Luca for AD? What does that mean, Marcus? Trading Luca? You mean, who's Luca? You mean Luca in Italy, the city? Luca for AD? Who's AD? I don't know. I don't even know what topic that is, so you're throwing me off.
Gangster shit and best of.
What's up, Sonny? Good to see you. You need to something a lot stronger than Valium for Ruben. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Animal House. Oh, Animal House. Oh, God. Well, I will tell you guys. Thanks, Mike, by the way. I will tell you guys, I did see Animal House, but only once, and I saw it pretty much like in 1981 when I was like 11 or whatever. So, yeah, I don't remember anything about it other than it's a bunch of frat guys running around getting drunk and a bunch of girls showing their titties everywhere. So that's what I remember about it. And that's really the only reason I watched it, because I wanted to see the titties flapping around everywhere,
I think I saw it in 8th grade. My cousins were babysitting me.
Yeah.
Great 8th grader.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Those are the
the American culture for sure.
It's the right age to have to see that stuff at, Okay, are we almost there? Let me see. 20. Okay, I am almost there. Hot tubbing. Cubby just agreed is okay with no art before midnight. You guys are crazy. No art before midnight. Is Ruben a gremlin? I may be, Marcus. I may just turn into one. That paperback show needed to be done again. A banger. There you go. You see that, Lowell? If you're still listening, you see that? CJ loved it. He told me it was one of his favorite shows of all time on this channel. So get off your ass. Stop selling vintage paperbacks and come on and let's start getting back to work and trying to get that show done. Yes, rest in peace, indeed. Sunday night chaplers and the Monday art. Yeah, we got to get going because I got to wake up early tomorrow to take my car into the garage. So lots of selling action on vintage paperbacks lately. Let's talk, baby. Yeah, exactly. I know. And by the way, Lowell, I was over next door yesterday with our mutual friend Robert. We did like an unboxing. He was saving up all his vintage paperbacks that he's been getting from you, and we did a nice fun unboxing. And we got to see all these great paperbacks that he's been buying from you. So there you go. That was fun because it's like the first time that I've ever been able to do that with anyone in person. So that wasn't comic art related. Oh, look at Doncic. Okay. Look at Dike. I mean, you know me, though. I'm not a big basketball guy, Marcelo, what's up? Hey, to me and to Carl. Hey, everyone. Happy Sunday night. Yeah, likewise. Thank you. And by the way, Marcelo, I did tag you Friday night in Nikki B's show and said hello the second you popped in, and I never got a response. I was kind of like,
have I met Marcelo? I don't think I met Marcelo yet.
I don't think he has traveled to the shows, as far as I know. As far as I know. Yeah, Ruben would have seen Animal House more if Harrison Ford was in. Yeah, Jason. Oh my God, I would have seen it less. It's more like it. Fun a little ad giveaway though. Okay, hi, hey, what's up, Kenneth? Good to see you. It's like trading Josh Allen for Joe Burrow. Well, Philip, that's like, to me, that's actually a very sort of equal trade. It's easier to say that maybe you think Allen's the better deal, but that's only because, you know, Burrow has to try to do what he's doing with a franchise that has a history of being inept. You know, it remains to be seen with a better team if you know that you know how good he would be. So yeah, so to me, I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but I think that's kind of even. I think they're both great quarterbacks. So Red Hulk will be his magnum opus. Exactly, Coffee. He looks ridiculous, by the way. I just want to put that out there. I saw a still frame from it with Red Hulk looking like what's his face there, Han Solo, and oh my God, it's just so stupid. It's not for me. Hi,
I do not know football at all. Tom asked if I know football. I do not know.
No, don't follow it. Okay. Lucky Poo Poo, what's up? What's up? And anybody else?
Poo-poo.
Okay. Oh, I replied back to you in the middle of a lot of the giveaway hashtags, so maybe I appreciate it. I'm just yanking your chain, whatever, just to call you out for fun. Anyways, Marcelo, I didn't mean it in a serious manner, but yeah, I may have missed it. I guess. Yeah, I guess I did. If you had it there. In that football talk warning, Carl. Okay, that would be a great short vid. Unboxing with Rob. He has some pretty vicious books by now. Yeah, but you know, on my channel, you know, at least if I'm doing vintage paperbacks, people will appreciate it more if it's through the original art. I don't know if people would care to watch if I did it just the actual paperbacks, you know. And besides, we've only done one actual paperback original art painting show so far after what, almost 3 years. So I'm going to do more of those before I start showing just the books, you know.
Ruben, do they grade vintage books, or is it more just
not yet? So not yet. They've only just begun grading pulp magazines, which predated the vintage paperbacks. You know, and for years the topic of the vintage paperbacks has come up, but their excuse has been that all the different publishers sort of published at different sizes. So it would be kind of complicated. I don't think that matters because, you know, they're slabbing like giant concert posters now, movie posters, right? I think it might be that they see that it's still too tiny of a market, and you know they don't want to have to retool maybe their machines, spend the money to invest in the new holder, you know, for something that they're not sure there's enough demand for. I think that's what it's about, you know. Even
pulps, I have friends who bought a bunch. They're dealers, and then they bought a bunch of pulps, graded them, and they said there wasn't much of a market. So I think it's going to take some time for it to build.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You know, we'll see. You know, like I said, it's happening slowly with things outside of comics. So we'll see what happens with, you know, the pulp, see how that goes. And if that sort of takes off and grows, then I can see at some point maybe they take a chance for the vintage paperbacks, you know.
Makes sense. So John,
what's up? John hasn't been here. John, I think hasn't been here since he did the show and tell with me. No, I know you came a few times, but not often. Good to see you, John. What's happening? And of course, he only says hi to you. I'm offended again, of course, but it's all right, John. I don't take offense, even though
he works with my neighbor who I play a lot of Magic the Gathering with.
He's your neighbor?
No, John works with my neighbor. They're both.
Oh, he works with your neighbor. Oh, yeah.
In the same
that's cool. Oh, yeah, cool. What about you? We need to learn how to use that. Don't worry, Marcelo. That's cool, man. That's cool. Like I said, I was just joking, man. That's all right. Kelsey Cookton and John, and okay, John says, gotta show support. Yeah, except it's been forever. You never came to show support to me. You only came when Carl showed up. That's all right, man. Good to see you, by the way. Whoops, butt chatting. All right, everybody. Wow, that's like okay, I gotta tell you guys, this is insanity. and in all seriousness, it is. We'll see what happens when all's said and done and the dust settles tonight. But I can tell all of you, and those of you listening, watching on Rewind, this is so far by like multiples busier than any show has ever been on my channel. That's why I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in here, one of you guys, are doing some kind of bot type action, because this is insanity. So we currently have 139 live viewers.
139.
Which
good, right?
Yeah, which I only ever achieved on my, I think it was like around my max number that I achieved on my very first sales show. Like, and that was a really great sales show. We've sold $46,000 worth of art, whatever. Like, but like, man, ever since then, I haven't come close. So this is amazing, guys. So thank you. But I'm warning you all now, if you guys keep this up, okay, because you know how the structure of all my shows go. I involve you all in the chat, right? We all get in on it. But that's because typically we've got like three and a half dozen of you live on a given week, Sunday night. If this maintains the viewership we have right now, I'm going to have to skip over you, unfortunately, because otherwise we'll be here till tomorrow morning. Yeah, so please understand, I will be having to skip over a lot of your comments. Okay, I'm warning you right now, because yeah, this is way too much activity for me to do and also get through our show and tell. Okay, so let me think. These guys are going nuts. All you see is 53 watching. Are you being serious, Tom? Because I'm looking now and it's telling me 140.
135.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Right. And let me just quickly, I'm going to rewind. I have the in another browser. I've got it open on YouTube, and I'm just going to tell you what it says. Yeah, interesting. On YouTube, it says 56 watching.
Ruben, is it because it's counting my co-stream as well? Is that what it is? Because I'm also streaming to the 24/7 channel.
Oh, you didn't tell me you were gonna. I was gonna, and I
yeah, we did talk about it. So
yeah.
So there's that. So maybe that's why. Maybe it's
okay. So for us, because we're going through Streamyard, so it picks up the full number, but everybody else is only seeing what they get on my channel.
Correct.
Right, they're seeing only my channel. So right. Okay.
We're reaching new people. That's great.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Carl's channel gets more views than Ruben. Hey, whatever we can do to get us smaller channels, out there, the more the merrier, right? So yeah, for sure. Combo platforms. That's right. Yeah. We're doing a dual stream here. Canadian exchange rate in effect. We know who the cool guy is. You're guessing, Mike. Combo fly. Yo, you're right. You're right. I'm trying to reach number 19 next to Nick, right?
Ruben, I know how you get like 1,000 views. Just retitle this thing XXX.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I like what I've always done is, the reason I've been on for, I don't know, what is it, 2.5, 3 years, and I'm still at like 600 and change subscribers is because, and I don't know if you've seen me do it, but I've often said, I do the opposite. I tell people, don't subscribe. I only want subscribers who feel like if they come the first time, if this is their first time watching, I want them to just watch. If you enjoy at the end, once you've finished, if you've enjoyed it and you think that you'll be back, I want you to come back, in other words. Then maybe subscribe after the fact. But if you think this may be the only time you're going to check it out, I don't want to subscribe. I don't want those numbers. I want quality subscribers, not quantity of subscribers. So yeah, that's why you'll never hear me say, yeah, subscribe. I just say, if you hit the like, I'd appreciate you guys hitting the like, especially tonight. You guys can have, we have an opportunity for you guys to maybe
100 likes.
Help me get a record on likes or whatever. Yeah, that's awesome. So it is not reverse psychology. Alberto, it definitely is not. I don't want people to subscribe unless they're going to watch, period. All right? Otherwise, I would have been banging the drum for subscribers for the last 2 years, and I probably would have been at 1,000 plus, whatever. I don't want that, all right? All right. So let me see. Another guy here for the original story, Azrael and Variant Goodness. Origin story. What? Okay. Yes. Well, we're gonna get to the origin story. But here, let me get out of the sorry everyone. Let me get out of here, out of the chat room for a moment, if I may. Because first of all, I just want to know, Carl, are you you're still good? You're ready to go?
Ready to rock. I was just doing some work because I know you usually do your.
Yeah. No, it's perfect.
So got some work done. So when you're ready, I'm ready to go.
Excellent. If you can do double duty that way, that's awesome. You don't know this, but just so you know, I'm going to tell you right now.
Sure.
Right now, it's time for 7 easy questions for Carl Choi.
Let's go.
What do you think, baby? What do you think?
Oh, hey, special guest. Special guest need to
you're on mute. You're on mute, my friend. You're on mute.
Mr. Tom McDonald.
There you go.
Yeah, I just thought I'd wear the spiritual Carl Choi.
Nice.
As I could get. But before we start, I know you've got a big show tonight, Ruben. You got a lot of viewers. But I'm looking for an apology and so is Kavi, by the way. You left us standing at that Air Canada gate in Orlando last week, like knuckleheads. We bought both of us bought a one-way ticket to Tampa just to get to the gate, just to get inside. And we stood there with these goofy signs, waiting for you.
Holding them up, right?
Holding them up. And like knuckleheads, you had already been there. You bought all the Tom Grummett art and you left. And I just think that's a crappy thing to do to your friends. I really do.
I'm sorry.
Well, listen, as you know, Tom, I for weeks have been telling you and Jason, Southern Comic Geek, like, all right, you convinced us. We're going to go to OAX as long as somebody picks us up from the airport. So
we were there.
And I started saying, hey, Thursday night we're going to be there, not Friday. Thursday night around 8:00, both of us should have met up and met at the gate together at where the pickup place is. Then we expected it to be. You didn't say anything, and we expected Jason would be the guy. And then after 45 minutes, nobody shows up. We're like, fuck it, we're gonna have to Uber it in, whatever. So we went in.
You don't take text messages because you don't want to pay the text message charges. So
no, I don't take text messages because all I own is a landline.
You Luddite. Jeez,
I can't take this with me. It doesn't work outside the house. Maybe 20 yards outside the house at maximum,
So despite being a little upset at Ruben, I mustered a good community spirit and came up with some questions. Doing the Quizmaster thing. So they're easy, they're quick. They're just to get everybody in the community who doesn't know Carl to know a little bit of what he's about. So these are pretty easy questions. I want to get off the show. I was on Nick's show the other night. And my agent says too much exposure is a bad thing. So I want to get off. So let's just go through these. All right.
All right. You ready, Carl?
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. All right.
I'll stop working.
Babies up.
I like to multitask, but I'll focus now.
Get back in the spirit.
All right.
I can't see crap with these things.
Yeah, take them off. Take them off, Tom.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So first question is.
So this is easy. Who's the original creator of the Archer and Armstrong characters?
It is for me?
Yes, for you.
Barry Windsor-Smith.
There you go. Okay.
So
Dude, banging right through these.
You're the guest tonight.
No, but that's why I'm surprised. I'm like, that's a no-brainer, right? I mean,
but listen, look at this. 7 easy questions.
They're easy.
Got it. Thank you for that.
Easy. Yeah.
So let's confirm it. Barry Windsor-Smith. There you go.
All right.
He's the best. He's number one.
All right. Second question.
Who are the Armstrong? Who's Armstrong's two older brothers?
It's Gilad and Ivar.
Yeah. Very good. Again, very easy.
There you go.
I like this series, by the way. It was very good. I was surprised. I dug into it. Yeah.
Oh, did you read it?
Well,
Oh,
the first
man, you
3 or
got to
4
come on
issues.
TLDR and talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know about that. 4's a crowd. Okay, next one.
All right. Third question.
In the 2012 reboot, what was Armstrong's sister's name?
I didn't get there yet. So
Oh,
my TLDR is because I've only read the OG Valiant stuff.
Wow.
I completely missed Dinesh's era and even the reboots. So the reason Jason, Southern Comic Geek, and I started having these conversations because he's going to be our guide for, and when I say we, it's because Stingray recently joined the crew. We're going to be going through the Valiant history and catch up on all the reading. So I didn't get there yet. So
all right, I'll give you a pass on that one.
I didn't know that, sister. That was my.
All right.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even be able to guess that for sure.
There you go.
All right.
Well,
let's
find that photo. It's from my old company back in the day, like 10 years ago.
Let's switch over to the character that I think everybody's a little bit more familiar with instead of this little niche kind of Valiant thing. So next question.
All right, let's go.
Right. So here we go. Number 4.
So from the very first appearance through what the end of the arc, which was Night's End story's arc, was Azrael a villain turned hero or a hero turned villain?
You know, I've always felt like he was misunderstood, but I'm gonna guess he's like a villain turned hero in the way they position him.
Yeah, that's what Denny O'Neil said. So you get that one right too.
I mean, also because I think they're just very. That's kind of why I loved about him too. It was like very vigilante. I always felt like he was misunderstood.
Yeah. Okay, next one.
All right. So question number 5.
Name 2 of the 3 comic creators behind Azrael.
I would say, I mean, Joe Quesada, and I don't know if Palmiotti got credit or not. Oh, Kevin Nolan got credit or not.
Well, there were writers. Who are the writers too?
Right. You know, I don't remember.
Oh,
more about the art.
Wow,
yeah, I don't remember. Who are the creators?
Wow, Carl. Oh,
give it to me. I don't know.
I already gave you one.
Really
I already gave you one. You already have one because it was in the answer of a previous question.
Previous question. One of the writers?
Yeah. You want to go back and show me the answer to the first?
I'm totally blanking. Bear Windsor-Smith? That's the only other writer, artist.
That's all right.
That's all right. Listen, we're not.
Yeah, Danny O'Neil. We're getting you.
O'Neil.
Yeah, we'll send it to the chat. So Marcus got it and Lee got it. So
thank you.
Yeah,
I got Joe Quesada. I know.
So if we need to turn to the chat for help, we can do that.
Thanks, guys. I should have asked to call someone in the chat. That's what I should have been like.
Phone a friend.
Yeah. Ask the chat. Phone a friend.
That's a good idea. So if you get stumped, you can turn to someone.
I'm a phone a friend, exactly.
All right. Next one.
Ready for number 6. Here we go.
Yeah. So in what issue does the first version of Azrael, the John Paul Valley version, meet his presumed demise?
God, what issue of Batman?
It's a round number.
500. I'm just throwing it out there.
Someone?
What a horrendous guess, dude. What a horrendous guess.
I don't know. I feel like Nightfall was like the 400s. In fact, it's funny. I actually was kind of leaving comics towards the end of that. And so
Marcus got it. Lee got it.
1000. Detective Comics 1000?
No, 100. Sorry.
100. Okay.
Yeah, 100. So
what issue 100?
Marcus can't show up, at the airport to meet us.
Title?
Right answer.
Oh, Azrael Agent of the Battle 100. Okay, got it. I didn't read that either. I pretty much.
Jeez, do you just look at the pictures?
No, I was just hardcore Sword of Azrael, hardcore Nightfall, and then faded away.
You are a publisher and an editor, right?
I am, but I didn't read that far. I think I skipped about a decade of comics. I probably skipped like
because you were doing your own.
Yeah. I went into a different world, so yeah, about 10 years I skipped, and then I came back. No, 15 years. I'll say 15 years of comics.
One more easy question. Again, if you're a publisher and editor, you're going to get this really. It's going to be very simple. So, just a typical kind of editor question.
I'm not a good editor, by the way.
So based on the history of the Azrael character, how would you, as an editor, advise a writer on how to reconcile the sales appeal of a character-driven story that's centered on, vengeance at any cost, with a more mature aspects of showing the same character in a redemption arc. How would you do that?
Bring it back real quick. I'm going to read it one more time. It doesn't. Yeah. First of all, that's not an easy question.
That's an easy question, Ruben. Don't you think it's an easy question?
Of course.
Well, sales.
We got to clip. I'm going to give you about 20 more seconds on this.
I don't know. Get a great writer. Get Alan Moore on this.
I don't know. I don't know. This seems like an easy one. Anyone in the chat want to take a?
All right, call the chat. Call the chat.
Take a shot at this.
Yeah. Anyone? I mean, I was going to answer it. I was like all excited about the question. I was going to answer
because it's easy.
And then I realized, wait a second. It's not, the quiz is not for me, so I'm going to stay out of it.
Yeah. So Stingray says, Carl, why don't you read it?
There we go. Please, Carl should know that good comic writers highlight internal conflict by using external catalysts, such as a mentor figure or personal law. Was that ChatGPT question?
No, it's a comic.
Yeah, there we go. Alberto, exactly. I should have just typed that into ChatGPT.
What else does he say? Another good technique is showing moments of empathy and using visual metaphors like the sword, the reflection in the sword that was in that piece that you got.
That was cool, by the way.
Yeah, so I'm surprised. I'm a little, as an editor, I don't know. Let's see how that matches up with the answer that we all should know.
Yes.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been my answer. Oh, emphasize.
There you go.
Oh, like a little kind of a 101 storytelling.
You emphasize internal conflict through the use of external catalysts. That's one way.
Everybody knows these things. I don't know.
Character empathy and thematic metaphors. I mean,
everybody.
Come on,
dude.
Come on,
I
Carl.
I'm a solid B student for sure.
The winner was going to get this 18 by 24 recolored poster.
So who was I up against?
So who gets it?
Well, if you won, you would have. Actually, should we tell? We were just the last question was a joke.
I at least get 4 out of 7. I got 4.
Yeah. But we set this up. We threw you a zinger at the end there. I knew it was kind of a setup. So.
I like that. Thanks, guys. I'm like, that's an easy question.
It was an easy question. So
you
got this.
You see, he was cheering you on. You got this.
Cheering on.
You should have had it.
He was.
Oh, that's funny.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I'll let you guys get to your show. I'm going to enjoy it with my beer.
Tom, thank you as always. Really appreciate you. Always a good time, man. Thank you so much.
Rock on, guys.
Thank you. That
was fun.
That was cool. That's always fun. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Please give a warm thanks to Tom for always doing those fun quizzes. He does it all by himself, and all I do is upload the slides. So a lot of effort going into it, and he makes it a little extra added fun from time to time for our guests and for you guys. So thank you again, Tom. Appreciate it, bro. Vexing questions. Wasn't it? They were pretty. I don't know.
Easy one. The last one was the easiest.
Oh, Kevin Tran. Happy Sunday. First time in live, but he's been here before on Rewind. Appreciate you. Yeah, cool. I mean, could be on my channel, could be on yours. I don't know, but I don't know how that works.
What's up, Kevin Tran?
But welcome, Kevin. And thanks for popping in first time live. That's cool. Exactly, John. 3 lifelines is what he needed. Let's see.
I wish I knew I had those.
Okay. Oh man, you guys were going nuts with the comments while we were doing the questions. I couldn't pop in. We were going to do it quickly, so I couldn't pop in and out. There's just no time. But glad you guys are so active, anyways. Even though it's not as fun for me that I can't get to see what you guys are saying all the time. But I appreciate that you're having a good time. That's really awesome. Gosh, you know that good comment right this headlight. That's funny.
I kind of knew something was wrong when Newell busted out the ChatGPT answer, and I'm like, all right.
That's what Alberto says. Carl, ask ChatGPT, and you get the answer from the same place the question came from. That's funny. Stingray is in Skynet.
In fact, the last question we should ask, some of the big 2 editorial team, because I don't know what I'm reading sometimes these days. some of the modern stuff has been pretty interesting.
Yeah. Do you read a lot of
I
modern?
try to. Some of the modern stuff I try to, like, because I started collecting more so in modern art, and so I would love the art, but I will always read it to make sure that the story is comprehensive and like legible before I buy art. And yeah, I would say like 1 out of 10 it's pretty good, but for the most part, a lot of the new stuff is tough. It's really tough to read.
Yeah. But I mean, do you find yourself? Is it like how many comics would you say you read in a given month?
These days, not so much. I mean, I read a lot of art stuff only because I think it's part of the process.
Something that I wanted to sort of touch upon after
I'll read maybe like, I would say the highlight was probably during pandemic in 2021. I was probably reading a couple books a week. Nowadays, I tend to find old stuff and read, and so now maybe once a month or something, I'll pick something up to read. Like I just read Rick. And
would that be like a random comic or like a trade?
It'll be whatever titles come out, and I'll hear about it. Okay. So like now probably safely say like 1 or 2 a month. So I just read Rick Remender's new book, which is really cool. It's like a very like alternate universe, and it follows these 4 women named after the seasons. So that was really good. Absolute Batman was really good. Number 1. I haven't kind of followed the rest yet, but
I don't know if I mentioned it online. I know I talked to somebody about it. I think I may have mentioned it a couple of weeks ago on the show. I read a brand new Batman book. I think I did mention it online, but I read a new Batman book, and it's not coming. The name is not coming to me, but it's Batman, and then it has a subtitle. Carl, remind me, please, if you're still there watching.
Like the Mark Silvestri one, the one that
the what?
The Mark Silvestri one, the one with Joker?
No. It's actually by the guy who did the Absolute Wonder Woman. I forget his name.
Oh, interesting.
And in a completely different style from the Absolute Wonder Woman, by the way. So that's what's really interesting, and I think it's much better. Incredible panel and page design. Like, wow, it's amazing. And a really fun story, kind of murder mystery with this crazy villain that has like nails hammered into his head, all over his body, really. And Batman has to be careful not to like, hit him or have physical, touch with him too much, because he figures he's got so many nails hammered into his body that if he hits the wrong ones, then they go into vital arteries or whatever, and he kills him.
I've never heard of this.
So I'm gonna fast forward to see if Carl gave me an answer. I don't know if he's here. So many comments.
Batman Dark Patterns, is that it? Marcus says Batman,
that's the one. Yes. Marcus, there you go, Marcus. Yeah, thank you, Marcus.
Yeah,
Batman Dark Patterns.
Yeah, Energon is really good. I read probably the first like 6 or 7 issues of Transformers, and that was really good. But I haven't really dove into like G.I. Joe and all those.
Yeah. So
Jason's our resident TLDR guru. He's the man that reads up all the stuff. Even the most recent Valiant stuff, I think he's all caught up on.
Who? Southern Comic Geek?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
My Valiant brother. He bought Turok #1.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, one of the versions of it.
What do you mean?
You're
talking about the comic book?
The cover.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Did he really?
He did. He bought Turok #1.
Oh, interesting. You mean that OAX?
At OAX, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we kind of ruined the surprise for him. Maybe we shouldn't have done that.
We talked about it on Saturday. We talked about it yesterday.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay. Ruben's supposed to give his review of the Transformers trade. I already told you. I think I did talk about it on one of my shows. I gave you a brief kind of synopsis of, well, not synopsis, but what I felt about it. I still haven't gotten to the second trade though. That's the thing. So I got to get to that one. But I think I emailed you personally, Marcus, and I told you, yeah, I did. I remember specifically. Yes. I specifically gave you a pretty lengthy email telling you what I thought about it. And then you wrote me back, with a counterpoint. So yeah. SGC admits, yeah, I'm a nerd. Well, we know that, but we're just asking, do you read a lot of comics? Zing! Okay, I'm just joking. So Ian says, I read the first issues of Absolute Bats, Soups, and Wonder Woman. I think I'm most interested in the Soup story. Interesting, because that's the one I'm also still haven't read. I read the Bats and the Wonder Woman, but not the Soup. So I'm looking forward to checking that one out. That was Carl's way of checking to see if Ruben was watching our show. Oh, God. So much time. I mean, so little time. So many shows, so little time. Yeah, but I got to get dialed in. So Absolute Wonder Woman is starting to be... So, really? Marcus, wow. Absolute Wonder Woman is starting to be your favorite. Interesting.
I heard a lot of good things about it, for sure.
Yeah? Interesting. Because that one, out of that one and the Batman, it's the one of the two that I was... I don't see a point for this, whatever. But I only read the first issue, so I haven't gone further. So it's not, it's not enough to really go on, Wow, look at that. SGC reads 25 a month.
Dang, blast through them. It's awesome.
Wow. I like the Absolute. Didn't like the fourth issue of Batman, though. Well, okay. There's always going to be an occasional issue you don't like, MEXO blanks. Ruben only watches Comics Den vids. I actually did watch a couple yesterday, Marcus. I actually did. I got to tell you, I struggle, though, because he's so over the top with his reactions to the artwork. He's so over the top. Like, I get the enthusiasm. That's great. But it's so over the top. It's like, I can't. It's so hard to take. It's too much.
I agree, Alberto.
I love his enthusiasm, though. Only read Batman. Need to catch up. Yeah. And Kavi, you're a Batman fan. You should try that, whatchamacallit, the what is it called again? Something Buttons or whatever. You should try that one that I was just talking about, that Batman series. I think you might like it. Still can't believe they're replacing Gal Gadot. Good riddance. Get somebody sexier. Only good thing about DC movies in the last 10 years, really? I don't know. I don't know. Blah. Take it or leave it for me. I don't dislike her as the character, but I don't think she's anything special either. Artist was different in issue. Oh, yeah, that's right. They changed the art. Oh, yeah, that pissed me off. I was like, what? 4 issues in? 3 issues in, and the guy already needs a fill-in? That was, I don't even want to get into it because I'm going to get pissed off, but I've always been so against that. Like, you can't keep a monthly schedule even for a complete story arc. And I don't want you on the title. I don't, that bothers me so much. Remenders on Cammy X-Force might be my favorite past 2010 comic book. Wow, okay. Let's see. Dark Patterns. Yeah. It's on my list to read. Good, Copy. I look forward to you letting me know what you think of it when you do. Comic Stand Spidey hits. IX loving the Comic Stand. Yeah. The videos are good. They show good videos. So that's been fun to see. For those of us who were there but had to leave early, especially, somebody sexier. SGC don't collect newer Valiant. Okay, you talk to them about that because we got to keep moving. That's a great run. Okay, excellent.
All right. We all caught up? We're all caught up.
So we're caught up. Yeah, but the way these guys are going, there's going to be, in the next 3 minutes, there will be another 35 comments.
7 more questions.
But no, we're gonna get you're gonna start getting into this.
All right.
And Mike Snitzer says you're now on Felix's list, Ruben. What do you mean his list? I should Mike, I should let you know. I'll have you know. Let me put it back up there. I'll have you know that when I did a hangout episode several weeks back, I don't know, a month back or whenever it was, and one of the segments we talked about, we took some time. We talked about those of us who read Absolute Batman #1, what we thought of it. And Carl Sodergren happened to be hanging out with me in the studio for that show. And so we had a discussion about it. And we gave our honest thoughts, both of the story and the art, also the art and what we think about, the art and how quickly it's sold, all that stuff that everybody always talks about. And you should know that Felix reached out to not only myself privately and Carl privately as well, just to thank us and let us know that, he figured when he saw the thumbnail and what I wrote as the title for the show, that the fact that it was, we were going to talk about Absolute Batman. So he figured, he had an idea, obviously, what's going to be said by people and whatever. And he just wanted to thank us for sort of, being honest and fair, even though he admitted he didn't agree with everything that we said. But he just wanted us to know that he appreciated us. He thought we did it, give a fair, balanced sort of, opinions about what we thought. So there you go. If I'm on his list, I'm on his list, Mike. What can I tell you?
I feel like he's always watching.
There you go. Carl's supposed to be peace and calf. Iron Man, very cool. Is it, Tom? Hating on Dragata, yielding art duties so soon. No, yeah. Listen, I've been saying that since I was a kid when I started, reading and collecting comics. Mike, it always bothered me big time to have fill-ins in the middle of a story. It just and by the way, yeah, and by the way, it goes. It's even worse. Not to dump on it, but it's even worse when you think about the fact that this wasn't like he came on in the middle of a title. It was a started from scratch title. So there's, and especially DC, they always give you a decent amount of lead time to get caught up and draw, several issues before the first issue sort of goes on sale. So that also made it even harder to believe that there was already, a fill-in. But at the same time, I guess it's also a compliment to the artist because you would rather see his art rather than some random other artist guy filling in the middle of a story, so there you go. So what else we got? 1 hour in, no art shown. We did it, folks. You accomplished your goal there, Alberto.
Alberto knows.
Yeah. But so I thought we'll get into the show and tell, but of course you guys all know I use the show and tell episodes. This whole series is all about not only just talking about and showing artwork, but it's a great way really to get to know each other better, at least insofar as how we all got into the hobby. So with that being said, Carl, if you don't mind, we don't got to get, because it's already been an hour. You don't got to get too far into the weeds, into your childhood. But I know a little bit already. I know that you first got into comics in the early 90s. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I say anything wrong, of course. But yeah, if you can maybe just quickly start with, how you got into comics and then skip to how you saw art for the first time and decided, hey, I think I'm going to buy that. And then got into collecting it. Because I got to tell you, if we had the time, I would love for you to tell us more in-depth stuff. I would have liked if we could have, and who knows, maybe I'll have you on one day on a hangout episode and we can do it if you're game, of course. Because I know things about you based on things that you've said out loud on video and things that you've written online. I know certain things about your past that I find fascinating, and I think it's the kind of thing that kind of stories that I think others would find fascinating. So I would love to. I wish we could do it tonight. There's no time for that on a show like this. Maybe one day you can come back and just hang out and then talk a little bit and let everybody get to know you more in depth if you're into it.
No, for sure. And for the record, my participation in the Triple X video was only once with.
Yeah,
I never did it again.
Never again.
That's it.
Right.
So that was my past. That's out of the way.
Track down that copy. Track down the copy of that one video, guy, because that's all you're gonna get.
That's all you get. That's your one and only chance. But yeah, no. Just to make it super quick. Born in Hong Kong, came to America when I was 8 years old. I didn't know the language. I didn't know the culture.
That's why. Yeah, like I know you're blasting through it quickly, but that's kind of more what I would like to get more detail on. But whatever.
Yeah. At some point we'll do hang out and talk about it. But and I didn't, I was heavily dyslexic, so I was basically in, special education and was struggling. And it was literally my cousin one weekend bring over some comic books. I still remember it was like the Frank Miller Wolverine, and then there was the one with the Hulk, 341. Yeah, basically the covers that really stood out to me. And I started reading into Wolverine and basically pulled me into comics. And from basically, I think like 10 years old to 15 years old, I basically fell in love with comics. But for the most part, I always admit, I didn't understand what the heck I was reading, but the visual storytelling was what kind of caught me to start learning to read and it reflected in school.
Well, what do you mean by that, though, that you didn't understand what you're reading? Are you saying because you still weren't that familiar with the English language?
Yeah, I wasn't. I was straight. I was a straight fob, fresh off the boat. Oh. So I didn't know how to read well, and so I basically, and also, the slangs are not the same.
Right. Slang makes everything harder. Exactly. Yeah.
So I did have kind of English classes in Hong Kong, but remember, it was British territory when I grew up there.
Right.
So it was like English, and so I had to kind of relearn that. Anyways, fast forward, when I was 13, I would volunteer at the local comic book shop, and I started helping him. He hired me at 14 for some child labor, and I basically was working for like 2.5 years at the height of 90s comic books. So I went from this kid who was eating lunch by himself and having friends to being like the cool kid in school who knew everything about comics because comics were on TV. Artists were on Levi's commercials.
That made you the cool kid.
Oh, in a certain circle, I would say. In a certain circle, yeah. Okay. I think people were super curious. They want to learn more. So, I don't know. Maybe in my own little world, it was kind of like I was a cool kid finally when I had like 4 friends instead of 0. So I think that was great. Yeah. Anyway, fast forward. I skipped 15 years. I got out of it when I discovered Cars and Girls and life.
Nice. So you were. Are you saying you were 15?
Yeah, I left probably around 16, I would say. Okay. I quit. So that's why after like Nightfall, I kind of checked out because what happened was why I kind of left comics was our shop closed. It shut down because of the whole 90s crash. And so it was kind of sad because like it was my first job. It was like a lot of memories there. And then I don't know if you kind of had this, but there was like shop rivalry. So I was kind of like didn't want to go to my old shop anymore because I was in shame because I was promoting my shop, So it was weird, like a perfect scenario for me to exit. And it's not busy.
Yeah, but at that age, even though you were struggling with the whole reading and comprehension thing and all that, but at that age you were already feeling confident to go get the ladies. You lost interest and you got more interested in because you said you got interested in girls and other things or whatever. Yeah.
It also helped. I mean, I got a foot taller than I was, and lost.
Well, that'll give a boy confidence, right? When you shoot up.
Because when you read comics and drink like 6 packs of Coke a day, you can gain a lot of weight. So that was me as a kid. But anyways, fast forward. My career took me everywhere. So kind of fast.
Yeah, and that's another part of the thing. I would like to get in depth at some point.
It's an ADD career, but anyways, I landed back in LA at some point, and basically in LA, I was helping a lot of the Hollywood studios work on like their promotions side on events specifically. So I started producing these experiences that would exist outside Comic Cons, and all of a sudden, it gave me a reason to check in the Comic Cons again.
Right.
And during that time, I met a few artists, and I would just walk around Artist Alley. So my team would be setting up. And once I kind of did what I did, I was like, I'll be back. And I'll go walk around Artist Alley. And that's kind of how I started again, because it was Bernard Chang, who actually I met him at a dinner, and he invited me to go check out his booth at New York Comic Con. And I went to just go visit and talk to him. But then all of a sudden, like I saw in front of me these portfolios. And I was like, what's this? And he's like, oh, that's my original art. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, that's my original art. Yeah. And I was like, wait, what? And he's like, this is the art that they print my comics from. And at the time, I think he was on Nightwing and also Batman Beyond. And so I always loved Nightwing as well. Not as much as Azrael, but Nightwing was always a cool character. And so I was like, oh, cool. And then just to support, I bought a couple pieces from him. And I was like, wait a minute. If Bernard sells his art, one of the other artists sells their art. So I ran to a Ron Lim's table and basically I bought a few pieces from him as well. There was a DPS I loved, but at the time, like, you go from kind of the entry level comic art to then there's like advanced, right? That was advanced pricing for me. Like it was just way too much. I couldn't imagine.
Well, give us a taste though. What were the pieces you bought from Bernard costing you?
Yeah, so I think Bernard, the pieces at the time was like $200 to $300, but he was super cool. He like hooked it up and gave it to me for like $150. And then I went to Ron Lim's and I bought a couple pieces there, and it was at first those were like I think $300 to $400, but then there was like this like Infinity Gauntlet DPS that he wanted like $2,500 for. I was like, oh my god, $2,500, crazy. And then I mean, I found it's funny. I didn't really understand because I didn't, socialize in this community. I didn't have anyone to talk about art, but I still remember like I did go to heritage auctions because I would search for art and I would like put in my want list to see what else is there. And one of them was Ron Lim, and I put Bernard Chang. And then I remember literally like a month later, there was a heritage auction, and that DPS was like for sale. And it sold for like $8,000, something like that. It was crazy because it was when the Infinity Gauntlet movies were all coming out, right? And so that was kind of an interesting take. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And so, yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. And then,
sorry. Remind us, what year would that have been?
It was New York Comic Con 2017.
17, right? Okay, that's what I thought. I sometimes I forget if it's 17 or 18. That's why, yeah.
Pretty recent. And then I don't think I started posting stuff till 18, and then I would say I probably took a year off in 2019 because work got really busy, and then kind of came back like a lot of people, like summer-ish 2020, and really dove into the whole like modern art world.
Right.
Yeah. So I would say that's kind of like my starter journey.
Wow, very cool. Yeah, no, that's awesome, and what a life in general, and so that's why I find I'm very fascinated. Typically, I've always been very fascinated by people's backgrounds, especially people who weren't born here in this part of the world, and immigrated, and then all those stories. They're often very fascinating, and like I said, a lot of the parts of your life, they sound, it's I want to know more. To be honest, just for my own benefit, but I think, it's something that I would ask you about if we were in person, just shooting the shit for a couple of hours, in person. But if it's something you'd want to share, I think it's just fascinating. And I think it's the kind of stuff that others do also find interesting as well. So, like that's why I'm saying if you ever wanted to do that, that'd be fun,
Yeah, let me know anytime.
Yeah, sure, for sure. Okay. All right, everyone. So, shockingly, in spite of how crazy it all was for that first hour, thanks in part, of course, to Carl's very succinct, background telling, and keeping it fairly brief, we are going to get into the art showing sooner than we often do, because it's 9:18. It's about an hour and 19 minutes right now. And you guys know we often don't even get into like an hour 45, 2 hours sometimes. But yeah, so this is going to be good. As always, as you guys know, I'm the selector of the pieces. So I try to pick, as always, stuff that I found I enjoyed for my own tastes, stuff that I think you guys will like, as broad a variety as I can find, to show that Carl is more than just, an Azrael lover or a Valiant fan, or, so yeah.
Which both are very, very true.
What's that?
both statements very true.
Yeah, for sure. But you've got other stuff. So it would be very easy for me, believe me, it would be very easy for me, guys, to, when a collector is known for a specific type of art. For example, Alberto and his Captain America love, right? And he and I, we've done an episode of Show and Tell. I very easily could have just made it 20 pieces of Captain America art. But to me, that's the easy way, right? That's like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious. So for me, I feel like, because people see him so much as the Captain America guy, right? I thought, I bet you a lot of people don't even think he collects anything else. And I know that he did. And I thought, yeah, I'll put a handful of Cap pieces, but then 3/4 of the show will be non-Cap stuff. And that was easy enough to do. And it showed how varied and broad, his collecting interests actually lie, even though Captain America is his main thing. So that's what I've tried to do here tonight, everybody. So hopefully you'll all like it. I do believe that there's something for everyone in Carl's collection, and in particular this selection of 20 pieces tonight. Yeah, the first piece, what we're going to do something a little different here, everybody, tonight. Something special, I guess you can say, because we are going to do the typical 20-piece show and tell. But before we do the first of the 20 pieces, there's a first that Carl is generous enough that not only is he going to show it here, unveil it tonight for the first time, but for the first time ever, this may not ever have happened online before. I don't know, right, in this hobby. No way to know, really. But he is literally about to unveil it, not only on my show, but he is going to unveil it also live on in his CAF gallery. Now, Carl, before you do,
yes,
let me do the sharing of the screen so everybody's already right.
Okay,
focused.
Let's do it.
And that way we'll we can all see it pop in together.
So excited!
All right,
I've been looking forward to this one. Like,
yeah, me too.
Since forever.
All right, so here we go. Share screen.
It was just great timing too, because I picked it up at OAX. So when Ruben mentioned we're gonna get together for this, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it. You ready? All right, let's see if it does like a live update. Boom. All right, it's loading now. I've had it queued up for a while, so hopefully it still works. Because if it doesn't, then oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, wow, it just popped up right away. That's cool.
Yeah, man. Look at that, guys. Wow, issue 488, Batman 488 by the amazing Travis Charest, inked by, again, as I believe he did all his 3 covers, right? Ray McCarthy?
Yes.
Oh, man, look at that.
He did.
Wow, Robin and Azrael together. Look at that.
I'm going to move it into my select galleries as well. Batman 488.
Very cool. Look at that. And look at that, everybody. He doesn't do this very often, but Carl put a description in.
Yes, I did. And funny, on the app, I still can't get my paragraphs together because it's supposed to be 3 paragraphs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Something
you might have to send a note on to the guys.
I might. Right.
But
there you go. It's now at the top of my feature pieces as well. Oh, so cool. So cool to have it up finally.
A bunch of I don't want to get rid of it before I start putting up everybody's comments, of course, to get all. That'll be nice to have. Let me see. You hope you have, what's that? John says, Ruben, hope you pick some X-Men related piece. Hashtag not by a long shot. Everybody always thinks they know what I'm gonna do or not do on these show and tells. And you guys know I like to surprise you, so whether it's good or for bad. But let me get to the comments about. Let me see. I'm just a cap hater. Yeah, right, Alberto.
I always have to reorganize my gallery. I'm trying to figure out how to feature it, but now I guess I have my 3 Azrael.
Okay, well, he told me, by the way, he was going to debut it here. So if he showed it on 247, that means he cheated me out of the what he promised he was going to do. So this is the second time world premiere, then I guess we can call it then. Okay, there you go. You had to rub it in, right, Jason? Shit. All right. Drum roll, folks. Yes, sir, indeed.
Yeah, it's done. It's
money shot. Exactly.
Oh, man, I love this. This was so iconic because what's really cool is I also own the Sword of Azrael 4 cover, and this was on the shelf next to it. So Batman 488 and Batman Sword of Azrael #4. It was almost like a transition because he goes from the Sword of Azrael miniseries, and then this book kind of pulled you into the Batman story. I think it was strategic, and then from then on, you kind of follow him through becoming Batman later. So it's pretty cool. How this was pretty much on the shelf at the same time as Sword of Azrael #4.
Yeah, very, very, very great cover. And look at Alberto. Look what he's trying to do. He's trying to steal. He's all jealous of all your attention. He says, Ruben, while you're on CAF, show the new piece I uploaded today.
Yeah, make sure you vote for Alberto for CAF's best.
Everybody, vote for Alberto if you like his stuff. But like, no, we are not going to show your piece. This is not your show tonight. All right. Killer, says Maki Poo Poo. Sweet,
Thanks,
says
Michael.
Rick.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, very nice cover. Carl does Tom. Carl's a baller. Damn, Gina. I don't know. That's obviously some kind of a TV thing or movie thing. Love those covers, says Marcelo. Yes, sir. Hey, S. Thomas. What should we call you, man? Should we just call you S? Because I know, if you know, obviously, I'm not going to say Thomas if that's your last name. ST?
ST.
Okay, ST it is. Wow, very pretty from Ian. And let me see, Ramit and Sal are awesome. Congrats, Carl. Worthy of a big reveal.
Thanks, Alberto.
And let's see, Alberto's piece. No, it's a community show. Yeah, it is a community show. No, it's a community channel. But the Hangout show, the Hangout series, is more of the community thing where we do whatever we want. Show and tells are planned out, you know, and it's specific to give attention to one specific collector. So, sorry, pal. You're just gonna have to reach out to me every now and then and ask me to be on, so we can. Like, I need more people. I want more people to reach out and say, hey, like, if you guys want to be on like a Hangout episode and you got ideas of shit you want to talk about or show art you want to show, I'll happily do it. But you know, nobody ever reaches out to tell me, so I'm always the one having to, you know, come up with the ideas every week myself and do it all myself. So, but I'll be happy, Alberto. But yeah, not on this series. It has to be like the Hangout series, or the Roundtable series, which I love. Miss Nighty Charest. Yep. Calby says insane. Fine. Exactly. There you go. You learned it. Ruben show Ruben's rules. You got it. And this is why you're getting tariffs. Yeah, I appreciate it. A carotid day butt. Love the line right. Hey, what's up, Alex Garcia? Great cover. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I haven't said it yet, so let me officially say congratulations, Carl. Very awesome. Very awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's really, really great. Okay. Oh, and David in Australia is asking.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of Joe Quesada since he created Azrael?
Yeah, top 3 most memorable works for sure.
Excellent. Poor Ruben has to do the work to put on his own show. You know what I mean. Dwayne, what's up, Dwayne? Oh, that's funny. Okay, so sounds good. Let me stop sharing the screen and come back to everybody again. Great piece, man. Yeah, that was fun. Glad that we could get to kind of share it here, even though you lied to me, Carl, and told me you would debut it for the first time here. That's okay.
I'm not sure I was the one lying, but
what do you mean?
It was premiered. It's premiered right now. If you look at the posting time, it just posted today.
Well, no, but FGC says that you already did it yesterday on your channel.
I think he's just messing with you.
Is he?
I think so. Because I premiere here now. I actually have it with me.
Hey, man, don't lie to me like that, SGC. Look at that.
I'm messing with you. But here it is.
Excellent.
Oh,
very cool.
Love this guy. I took the transparency off and put it in the back because I don't know. I just like the art.
Well, you know what? No, Carl, this is the funny thing. And this is what's so... this is the funny thing about, you know, doing these shows live. And even though we talk to each other, like, behind the scene before the show goes live and whatever, right? I got to tell you, we still screw things up sometimes. And I actually thought that what you were going to reveal, I didn't know it was that. I thought it was what we're going to see on the video.
Oh, on the video. No,
yeah.
No, I don't know which video time I picked up 3 things from the video. So
okay. So the video is only 2 minutes, and it shows it's about revealing one commission piece.
Got it. Which should be on my calf already.
Oh,
I dropped those earlier today. So, but it's cool. I think that if the one that I haven't seen yet, I look forward to seeing it.
Okay. Also, Marcelo says, where do we email you, Ruben, to talk to you, sir? Oh, you can email me here. I'm sorry. Oops, that's not the right one. Here. Right there. So it's my name, Ruben the Collector, and everybody remembers Gmail. So you just got to remember that it's Ruben the Collector, and there you go. Hit me up there, man. Happy to talk to you. All right, and let me jump back here. So,
back.
What's
the plan? Surprise me.
Hold on. I won't trick you again as long as you actually show up at the next airport, at the airport next time. I showed up. You didn't show up to pick us up. That's it. Final word. On my way over to see it in person, Carl, says John. That's funny. Just noticing the Archie shirt. Oh, you've seen it before. I've worn it on camera before. It's fun. It's a cute one. Yeah. And I know you're a fan too, so it's not near Levy. I'll show it to you in a second, guys. Show you to you in a second. You're gonna see it. Carl got the Amazing Spidey 299 cover from Dinesh. Is he lying, or is that true, or is that another lie? Or is he like trying to? You'd rather not say.
I think there's messing with you, but it's pretty funny though.
Okay. And I was, you see exactly. Marcus was freezing on the tarmac as we waited. There we go. Nice. You don't remember it? Oh, you don't typically remember clothing. Okay, I got you. Coffee only remembers Ruben naked. Jesus, you really, Alberto? The pigs. Okay, so guys, yeah, something a little different for my channel tonight. Just again, the last thing we're gonna do before we do get into the 20-piece show and tell of Carl's collection is a 2-minute video. So just bear with us, and it's fun. Right. It's Carl at OAX last week receiving a commission that he had planned out ahead of time, and it got unveiled to him right there at the show. And yeah, only 2 minutes, and it's fun. So, and it's a really cool piece too. So let us cue this up. Jason, by the way, Ladwig is saying, just want to point out, Carl has showed us some art, but still waiting for Ruben to show us some art. Do you mean show you his 20 pieces because I'm late? Or do you mean show you art from my collection? Because I've done a show on my collection just because I couldn't find anybody and I needed to fill a Sunday night. And I did a show. So, but yeah, let me cue up that video, everybody. And yeah, this is cool. Let me see here. All right, so everybody take a look at this, just a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back with you.
Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm excited, man.
Me too.
I know this one's worth waiting for. So
yeah, I'm excited, and I really hope you like it. So just, all right. It's time.
The AA3 from Carl from Simone.
I miss the Troleo.
Yeah.
Yo. What the heck?
Yes.
Wow.
So we wanted to make sure we incorporated the church.
I just tried to do a good composition, like a cover with the big sword here and the enemies and in front of the church. Oh, a lot of things inside here.
Oh my God, a lot's going on. Dude, thank you, brother.
It's a real pleasure.
Freaking awesome.
You're the best, guy.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
The white paint.
Yeah, just try to do a diagonals and it's like good composition. Try to balance all the characters.
And we got the back coming for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you have a true character with big characters in the same composition, because usually if I have to put 1 versus 1, one character is like small. In this way, you have 2 big characters in the same composition.
Thank you, man.
Both very large front and center.
This is so dope. So dope. Such a beast.
Just all yours.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Yay! I gotta say though, I was a little jealous of Newell's Titanic on his commission. So next time I'm gonna be like Azrael versus Batman with a Titanic in the background.
You mean the ship that sank, Titanic?
Yeah, no, he did a commission for Stingray, and they freaking put a Titanic behind Stingray, and it was like such like one of the most detailed backgrounds.
Oh yeah,
super cool. So
and that was Simone who did that one.
Simone as well, yeah. So that's Simone De Mio. Love that guy. I do own some art from him before, and so last year, Mikhail actually asked me to bring that full issue to OAX, and I'm pretty sure like everyone who flipped through it like literally ran to Matt's booth and ordered the commission. And Matt did message me and say, "Hey, did you want a spot?" And I did get a spot, so I picked it up a year later at OAX 2025. But,
oh wow, a year!
Yeah, a year later. I mean,
wow.
What's cool is I think now they also announced that Simone will be at Marvel, so he's going to be doing Marvel characters. So I do feel like his profile is going to reach kind of the next level because man is very special. He does it all traditional, even though it looks digital.
Yeah, that's what freaks me out about his art when I look at it. I just kind of started noticing kind of recently with people posting pieces by him, right? And that's what had caught my eye was I saw the thumbnail, right, from some piece. I forget the first one I ever saw, but what caught my eye was I was like, oh, is this somebody putting up a monoprint? Because he has this weird, just different effect he does, a technique that he uses, that it ends up looking like a digital print. You're like, what the hell is it? That's weird, Yeah, and everybody thinks, oh, is that a print? Everybody, yeah.
In fact, I actually tested him by having him draw my sketchbook, and I watched him do it, and he literally did it.
Oh, you did that technique in front of you?
Right in front of me. He uses sponges. He uses like these rolls. I mean, he does all these sponges that like kind of creates this whole I don't know how to describe it, but whatever that effect is. But he does that, and he also did like a sketch cover for me, and it was just as beautiful. And when you watch his line work, they're just really precise. And he's really special. And I'm really looking forward to what book they put him on. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like Spider-Man or something. Because
it'll probably be something like a popular character for sure.
Exactly.
I would think. Yeah. No point otherwise, right? Like,
I mean, look at that. The power of Simone got Alberto to buy DC covers.
That's why I'm leaving it up there, so you notice it, because I was like, wow, for him, like, that's pretty amazing, man. That's saying something for sure.
Alberto, did you have him do a Captain America yet or no? I'm surprised if you haven't.
That's true.
I haven't seen Simone do a Captain America. I think he would do a kick ass.
You would think he would have set it up or something at least, right? Gradients are too perfect. Is it too perfect if it looks good though?
It's really good.
I always thought it was a print too. Yeah, a lot of it. Trust me, Lee. I'm telling you, like I've actually had a conversation privately with a few guys where because they brought it up. We were talking about other stuff, and then they brought it up to me. Hey, did you guys, any of you guys see this guy Simone De Mio, whatever? And I'm like, oh yeah, the guy who looks like a print, and when his art looks like a print. And they're like, yeah, that guy. So it's not a print? I'm like, no, it's not. And they're like, are you sure? And it was just funny to have a conversation like that where people are being fooled into thinking they're looking at prints, right? Because the technique effect is like, it's so crazy, man. So yeah, dabs are the best of them. Yeah. Look at that, Marcelo also. I was sure it was digital. Crazy.
Yeah, I thought so too. And
yeah. One of the coolest parts of LAX, watching so many artists all drawing using their, that's right, exactly. He did a sketch card for me. Okay, but Matt has promised me that the first Marvel cover that has Cap in it will be mine if he ever does. Well, that's cool.
Nice.
Smooth gray tonals. Absolutely. Yeah. So, and by the way, everybody, big hand. I do not see him talking, so he may not be here. Another big hand to Tom McDonald. He of the constant surprise quizzes. He was the one who recorded that video of Carl receiving the piece at OAX, and he was the one who graciously did it for me to put on the show. So
yeah, he also gave me a really cool gift. He gave me a transparency for my Archer and Armstrong cover.
So, the layover?
Yeah, the layover. Yeah, it was super cool. So that was awesome. Lots of love from Tom for sure.
Awesome. Okay, cool, awesome. Tom raises the production budget around here. He does. Well, you at least makes it more fun, but it's paid only in failed favors. Hey, look, I don't make money. Plus, and by the way, Kavi, just FYI, I was going to say, I don't make money. Plus, it costs me money to do it, mostly in time. But it also, I realized just using StreamYard costs me like $5 per episode, right? Roughly. But I don't know if you know. I don't think you know because you haven't been doing content on your channel lately. But I got an email from StreamYard, and maybe you probably know about this already too, Carl. I got an email recently. They're almost doubling the cost of their service. Really? Yeah. Like I'm paying. I'm currently using their cheapest, whatever it's called. I forget the service, right? But I'm paying. I got the lowest, cheapest paid service, and I'm paying $260 per year. And they sent me this thing telling me, well, we've restructured our plans, and now there's this plan and this plan and that plan. And the cheapest one was like, I think $460 or something. Like it was almost $500.
Not messing around.
Wow, I was like, okay, that's crazy, dude. So I have to consider dropping them. But the thing is I've only ever used StreamYard to do this, so I wouldn't know how to use it.
Like they know what they're doing when it comes to a lot of these tech companies. They've seen enough algorithm where, all right, we got all these guys by the balls. This guy Ruben streams every week, 4 or 5 hours. We got him, like, and so there's no way around it. Just the way it is.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like I'm gonna have to find time to see if they have competitors that are similar that'll be cheaper. Or I may have to just drop it and like see what it might be like to try to stream live, just going directly on YouTube. I've never tried that even, but that could be a disaster when when you're going live for the first time in a different way that you've never done before. That could be a whole screw up. So I really don't want to do it. But I may bite the bullet for the first year, but I don't know. I just $500, just come on. But whatever. Anyways. For too long, Canadians have been streaming 4 to 6 hours on America's back. For too long. Yeah. About 3 years or so far. That's funny. But okay, let us get into it, everybody. I know Mr. Ladwig is always has to leave because he has to wake up so early. He's always got to leave, and he never gets to see the art because we talk too much. So let us get into this. Carl, you good to get into the first 20 of the 20?
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. All right, let me queue up these images, and if it comes to that, I can help show you what to do as alternative. Okay, that'd be awesome. I appreciate that. If you already know some alternatives of what we can do, that'd be awesome, Cobby. Thanks, man. Yeah. So here we go. Let us get into this, and here we go. Where are we? So many slides.
I have the worst ADD, by the way.
What's that?
I have the worst ADD. So
you have the worst ADD?
Yeah. So while you're chatting with people, I'm chatting with people in the other groups as well. So
oh wow! And by the way,
call me out. It's hilarious.
But by the way, because you've already used the dual StreamYard effect thing, that feature, can you tell me? So obviously, when you're double streaming, the people that decide to watch on your channel, who decide to comment live, those comments only show on your live stream, correct?
I don't know, actually.
Oh, because that's I feel like that's what happens. But I'm not
seeing anything from the other side. I don't know. I actually don't know.
I'm not positive. I'm not positive. I've been feeling like that's what happens, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that works. Yeah.
Because anyway. Southern Comic Geek and I, we stream a show together as well, but I've never attended. I've always been on the other side, so I wouldn't know kind of how the chatting works. We should test it sometime and see what.
Yeah, that's the thing,
Maybe the audience can let us know. Can you guys jump between our channels and see?
Oh, that's true too. If somebody I got all of Carl's links are right here below in the description. If you can go to his YouTube channel, and maybe tell us if you see commenting, if you see any identical comments on both of ours, that would be good. I know somebody's going to be nice enough to do that for us. So, that'd be interesting to know. But let me just jump in here one last time to the comments. Dual stream will cost Ruben doubly. It won't.
Oh my God, the Christopher Reeve documentary come out? That's so good. I'm so excited. Is that on the stream or is in the movies, in the theaters? Because that was like a great trailer. It like almost made me cry.
Okay. So check what Coffee's saying. So you only see your own chat right now. I will pay bigly. And then he says, there's no commenting happening on 24/7 right now.
Okay.
At all?
Then it's just your chat then, maybe.
That's so weird though. But if somebody is currently watching on your channel, they would have the ability to chat, wouldn't they? I would think, or maybe not.
Maybe whoever created the show and then my show just streams.
Oh, you think the people that are the guests that take the stream, that borrow the stream, so to speak, you think maybe they would do it so that that person gets the stream itself, but not the ability for the people to chat?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh.
Right? It'll also be confusing, right? If it's
I get what you're saying, but what I would think they would be smart enough to do is, since you're able to stream from me to you, you would think StreamYard would also program it so that the live chats are linked. So anybody typing into that live chat, yours is linked with mine, and so the comment would appear on both. That's what I would think they should be able to do. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a techie, so what do I know? But I would think that wouldn't be difficult, but I don't know. Maybe it is. If someone chats on his channel, it will show on your StreamYard, Ruben, to post if you'd like. I don't know what you mean, but anyways, okay, we can't keep going at this, but we'll have to talk about this privately sometime, guys. Tonight, Alberto. Okay, let's just watch more art. I might be tempted to watch the Christopher Reeve documentary. Oh, shut up. Stick around. We're gonna get to it in a second. Yay, Antoine Dennison. What's happening? Cheers to you, my friend. Saw it on the plane to OAX. Saw what? Says only one person is watching over there, which is me. That's weird. That doesn't make sense though, because
that's weird.
How could it only be one person there and 100? I'm showing 167 here. That's weird, man. Anyways,
I get 167 comments on my Batman 48 page. I want to get more comments on there.
Leave us some comments, everybody. Yeah. Deja vu. But the only way someone on Ruben's channel would see comments from 247 chat is if you all show it. Wait a minute, if you all show it. Okay, again, it's something we do privately at some point and discuss this. Carl, I definitely welled up with tears watching that. Carl's back. Hasn't spoken up since he left. Looks so powerful. Yeah, the trailer? What trailer?
There's a really good trailer that kind of passed around for a while, but it's basically Christopher Reeve's like story, and they tie it into like his Superman journey, and just it's really good.
Oh, a trailer for a documentary.
A documentary that Alberto said came out.
Oh, wow! You welled up with tears just with the trailer.
Oh, so good. So, whoever did that trailer, I need to meet that team because they did a great job. That reminds me, actually.
But Southern Comic Geek, the two chats can't see each other unless you show them on the screen. But for me to show them on the screen means that that's what I'm asking. If somebody types in a chat, can somebody type in a chat on Carl's channel? And if they can, that means it would be showing, at least for me. Maybe it doesn't show for the viewing audience, but are you saying it shows for me? Because I would have to be able to see it in order to click it and put it on the screen, right? So are you saying it's possible for people to type comments on Carl's channel, and I, at least, me, only, even if it's only me, I still see them pop up in my chat on my channel? Is that what you're saying? Because maybe it only shows for me? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But anyways, seeing double... Mike is telling us. Mike also has his own little channel too. Okay. And he has streamed off of me.
So it's parallel now on both sides. There's chat. Is that what he's saying?
He's saying seeing double on both channels. That means you're seeing both the same thing. That means he's seeing comments on both.
Welcome back, Carl.
That's so weird. 3 people are on. So 3 people says CJ chatting on Carl's now. Right. Rick confirms. Shows 3 watching. 3 watching? That's weird. Streaming Inception. Let's move on. Yeah, producer Kabi has spoken. The way you can tell Ruben if they are commenting on his channel is there is a small chain on their logo avatar. Okay, but I'm just asking you, Jason. Am I supposed to be seeing it in mine? Because I can't be doing triple duty with all these windows open. I'm just watching on StreamYard on my. I'm just watching the StreamYard. I'm not even on watching YouTube. I'm just watching. I'm not watching YouTube on my channel. I'm just watching this through StreamYard as I'm streaming. So that's all I'm doing. Ruben has been hacked by TikTokers. I might have been, And it's exactly, it says 46 on my YouTube channel. I know, I saw that before. It might be a bug. You'll get a real analytics later. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. We'll have to wait to see how it all shakes out and see what happens with how many total views there are. Because based on the 164 that are currently showing, a week from now, I usually tend to see, how many did I get by the time the next episode airs, right? With these current live views that have been showing to me, this would indicate that I'm going to get like the highest ever total views a week from today on this will be the highest rated, like seen show ever on my channel. So we'll see how it all plays out and see if it was a bug of some kind or whatever, Probably best to just focus here and now. Thank you very much, Tom. We will next. Yes.
Well, these glasses are like are kind of dangerous because I know if I was pantless, you guys could actually see what I'm wearing. So it's dangerous. I gotta be fully clothed whenever I wear these glasses.
Antoine, the show and tell's about to begin. You did miss a little bit of art that we showed, but the main portion, the 20-piece portion, is about to begin.
I'm so curious what you picked.
Okay, there's been a little bit of this comment. This comment is on 247's channel.
Oh, so it does show up.
And now I see what he means by the little paper clip or whatever you call that thing.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, so you EJBs, what you're saying is you posted this comment on Carl's channel. And if that's what you're saying, that means it does appear on my channel too. And I wonder if anybody else can anybody just tell me, does anybody else see EJB's comment, but not on the screen, obviously? Do you see it in the chat? I want to confirm if what Jason was saying was true, is that maybe everybody only sees it if I pop it up onto the screen, Full answer. You're seeing the comments over there on 247 because you highlighted one of mine and Rick's. Okay. But anyways, yeah, SGC even says, let's see some art. Watching replay with this conversation, not very. No, I know, I get it. Carl Choi, these are sharp frames. Those are sharp frames, yes. Doing his best to stall.
Thanks to my wife. My wife gets all the credit. I wasn't even trying. I'm avoiding glasses as long as I can, but I'm starting having a hard time driving. So
thank you, EJB. Thank you for answering that. Appreciate it. There are many people chatting over there versus here. We went over there just to test this. Okay. Call tech support. Okay. All right, everybody. Yeah, let me get that first piece up on screen here. And let me see. All righty. Okay, I'm ready to go, Carl, when you are. So
ready. Let's go.
You're ready to go? Yeah, let's do this. The first piece in tonight's show and tell number 67 with Carl Choi is.
Oh, wow. Man, that was, I don't know. What else can I say? It's Manix, dude. Like, it's funny because I actually am on a mini kind of personal mission to collect something from everything that Barry Windsor-Smith has worked on, like a sample of. But the truth is, I just haven't been able, kind of finding myself to be able to dish out like something crazy for a Conan page. And I also have zero nostalgia for Conan in that way outside of the movie. And so when I started seeing a lot of these Manix commissions come out, I think this was one of the first ones I asked him to do. Probably the second one I asked him to do. The first one was the Azrael one, but then this one was a quick follow-up because I just felt like this would be my one and done. This kind of satisfy my Barry Windsor-Smith sample mission, but in a really funny way. So
yeah,
needless to say, I mean, Manix killed it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And hey, what's up, Ian? Out at dinner for brother-in-law's birthday.
Hey, Ian.
Hope I can catch the tail end. Hello to Ruben, Carl, and all. Awesome. Thanks, Ian. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. And Marcelo, late to the party with this comment, but saying cool. Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, I love it. I personally, I love Conan. I do have a thing for Conan. I've read the entire, Marvel run as well as the entire Marvel Savage Sword run.
Nice.
So I've always loved the character, and I do love Manix's style. I just thought it was, especially his face. I don't know. I look at his face and it's so goofballish. I just love it.
It's so good. It's such a special piece to me. It's hung behind me, by the way. It's literally.
It's what?
Like,
It's behind you?
It's on my wall. It's on my wall.
Here.
Yeah.
Can we see it, or is it?
See it? I don't know if you see it.
You'd have to move the camera.
I have to move the camera.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But don't forget everybody.
Unity right there on the bottom, right there. See it? Conan
Yeah. With the Unity. Yeah. That's cool.
We're back.
But that's really fun. I do want to know. I do want to let you know real quick that it would have been a tough decision for me. Really, I would have struggled to choose between that one and your three, what I call a triptych. The triptych you ended up getting, right?
Yeah, the triptych.
The only reason I decided, what made my decision easier to take this one, was only because you hadn't joined them together. You had posted them separately, and I was like, I'm already spending so many hours like selecting the pieces, doing the slides, blah blah blah. I'm like, I don't have time to then I'm gonna have to go and go into Photoshop and put them all three of them together myself, blah whatever. I said, I'll just take the Conan. I loved it anyways.
Yeah. So it's the same reason I submitted the Conan one for the best of this year instead of the Azure one.
Okay.
In hindsight, I should have, because it was in threes, but I also didn't have the time to like merge them and then load it and submit it. But it would have been nice to load that one as my kind of best of submission, because I felt like, Manix. There's also in the background here the triplet.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
So his stuff is very frameable,
For sure. Jason, so sorry. Made it to the first piece. Catch you on the rerun.
Hi, Jason. Thanks for stopping
man.
by.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing you next week.
Hi, Jason.
We'll have some fun next week together, all right? And I'll make it up to you at some point. I know. I'm always doing it to you. I know. Manix should draw the end of the Unity 2000. Anybody should draw it, right?
I have Unity 0 recreation from him as well. So that's also in my cast.
Yeah, that's true. And again, everybody, don't forget, when you want to see things larger, it's always nicer to see it larger. Don't forget, you can use the links below to go to Carl's cap gallery. And that trio is one of my favorite superhero covers that he ever did. Just killer. Yeah, they're awesome. Yeah, even individually or together, they're just beautifully done. Yeah, what a fact. When you first got those, Carl, I was blown away. I mean, I had left the hobby, I think, when those came out, or I wouldn't have collected them anyhow. I think I wasn't an Azrael guy, but I still remember the covers. And so when you came up with those Manix versions, I was like, holy shit, that's impressive.
That was a big campaign that DC did. It was like a big, that was like the absolute Batman at its time, right? Sword of Azrael. Yeah. There's buzzing about bigger plans for him.
Yeah,
it leads up to Nightfall. that was kind of like the mouth of madness for me. That was when I was working in the shop. It was great.
For sure. All right, let us get to the second piece, everybody. And for that, I chose a piece, or actually I cheated. So we can, you guys know I sometimes cheat and I put two pieces on the same slide just to get an extra piece of art. But most of you will not be familiar with this, I'm assuming. I think it's a fair assumption, because even I wasn't familiar with anything about this. But I believe, Carl, given you have a lot of this art, given that it means something to you, and I was hoping we could talk about it. You could tell us what you love about it and why you decided to get so much of it. Okay.
Sure.
I
have a feeling of which one you're talking about then.
Well, in fairness, you have a lot of a few different types of.
Sure.
Right? So,
I do.
So you might be surprised. Here, check it out.
Yes. Not surprised.
No?
I love
okay.
that time. Yeah. It's, there's 2 pages from number 1, but just to kind of highlight the number 1 issue, Joe Palmer, he drew them on 111 by 14. So these were
That's what I thought when I saw
Correct.
the space, the fact that you put them together, and the fact that there was so much space between them. I was like, oh, those are on one board. I bet you, you know.
Correct. So for those who are not familiar with Time Before Time, which is probably many people, I think they ran up to like 39 issues or 29 issues, one of those. And Joe Palmer with Declan Shalvey, and it's basically a time travel story, and it's about kind of like Looper, kind of like Bruce Willis's Looper, where these mobsters,
I never saw it.
Yeah, these mobsters have figured. There's two kind of like mafia groups that figure out time traveling, and their business is bringing people back to the past to start new lives. And so they're basically trafficking people and helping people get erase their past by starting a new life in the past. But basically, you're following the path of one of these traffickers who basically has done too many of these jumps, and he has cancer now. He's about to die. And while he's trying to figure his way out, he runs into this FBI agent who's trying to find her sister that apparently had time jumped to the past. So they go on this kind of unexpected adventure together. And man, like, to me, like, Joe Palmer is probably one of the best cartoonists today in comics, because he's so simple and he's so easy. And it kind of reminds me of like similar feelings that, like, Tradmore gave me early on. And I know it's not as complex, but sometimes the simplicity is complex in itself. Right. Even just if you look at like the bang, 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 the sound effects, there's something really special about the way he tells the stories. And so, yeah, Time Before Time, I think I grabbed like the first 5 issues. At the time, I think I got into like this kind of full issue run. Actually, thanks to Felix, he first started offering me these full issues first, and then I grabbed a couple from Felix, and then after that, I started looking outside of the roster and came across Time Before Time, was following it as a comic, and I think I read up to like issue 6. And then at the time, Cam made an announcement that he was representing Joe Palmer. I was like, oh, shoot. And so I reached out to Cam, and we did a deal, and, kind of went from there. Rest is history. But honestly, some of my favorite pages in my Cap gallery, for sure.
Yeah. So I will say, yeah, exactly. Leave lots of ink on those pages for sure.
Ton. And if you see these in person, not only inks, but he used a lot of those Pantone. He used a lot of like what are those little sticky things that go on? I forgot. Like the little like
You mean Zipatone?
Zipatone. He used a lot of Zipatone and tons of detail. So later on, from issue 7 and on, he started working on 11 by 17s fully. And so I think issues 1 through 5 is on these kind of like 2 pages per page, and then so it's awesome. Yeah, great artist. I highly recommend. And on top of that, he does these daily exercises. So if you go to his Instagram, Joe Palmer, he does these daily drawings that are super awesome as well. And it's just been getting better and better. So I feel like he's like a star in the making, and he just needs the right book.
Cool. Very cool. Well, yeah, happy to show it. That's another fun thing I like about doing the show and tell series is when I see collectors that have certain things in their collections that are from books that I don't recognize, that I've never heard of. Typically, that throughout my life, that typically means that a lot of other people probably also haven't heard of it.
Yeah.
So it's always nice, especially if the art's nice, it's interesting and different. It's an opportunity to introduce perhaps that artist's work to a new crowd, right? And who may, all it takes sometimes is just one. If you get one guy and maybe go check out that comic book, why not, right? Because get a new fan out of it, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, Joe is gonna be really special. Just if you watch his art and how it's evolved, I think it's a matter of time before he gets the recognition he deserves.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. All right, sounds good. Yeah, let's set up the third piece and go right to that.
All right. Go, Cindy Looper. That's hilarious.
That's exactly. Third piece, everybody. We go to this.
Oh yeah, that's great.
I loved. I was like, wow, the Deadpool pose is like so wild. I love that, but I really love how the foreshortening was done with the super elongated arm on Cable with a gun like that. Yeah, that's really a wild page,
Yeah, no, DWJ, he needs no introduction. Everyone knows him for Transformers, but I've followed him, since Ghost Fleet, so way back, and I think I bought 3 pages from Ghost Fleet, and then it wasn't until I saw this, I think, on a Felix unboxing show, where as soon as the first cover came out, I literally texted him right away. I said, I want this complete, and I think if not one of the first, probably the first like complete, I actually went out and requested that way, and so he killed it. I mean, not only was the story super powerful, kinetically, the energy and the way he put the inks on the pages, this was also really heartwarming at the end because it's a very personal story, like DWJ always does. He made it personal to him. So at the end of the story, he basically, so the whole story is he's struggling to figure out how to tell his short story in Deadpool, Black, White, and Blood. And
so for those of you not noticing, that guy with the cap on at the top, that's him.
DWJ. And so I think that's actually his, I think I confirmed this with him. This is actually his first appearance in comics, which is hilarious. And that's so funny. In this story, he's basically talking to, brainstorming, and he's brainstorming with Deadpool himself on how to portray him in this story. And at the very end, he tells a personal story that is very heartwarming as always. And he features his dad, Steve, in there as well. But yeah, this whole Deadpool Cable moment, it was almost like a, it's almost expected, right? And so it's hilarious. Yeah, it's great.
Really, really cool. Yeah. I was wondering, when I decided to show this one, I was like, okay, I was set on showing the DWJ example. And when I decided, this one grabs me, I want to show this one. And I was thinking to myself, I was like, these guys are gonna fucking bitch. Are they gonna like, why didn't you put the Wolverine Deadpool where he's like flying,
Or the Hulk. Everyone loves the Hulk one. The Hulk that rips that.
And the Hulk one, right.
That one, yeah.
Right. So I thought about that one too, and I was like, again, going on the premise that I like the surprise, and I prefer not going with the obvious choices, right?
Cool. Yeah.
That's why I was like, okay. I mean, this one you could argue may have been one of the more obvious choices too. But I think most people would probably have still thought, one of the other ones would be more likely to be the example, not this one,
Well, in the story, he kind of talks about how Deadpool and Cable would be the obvious choice. So there we go.
Yeah. That's funny. Perfect then. A perfect choice to show tonight then. That's awesome.
Perfect.
That's so funny.
Great choice.
Who's this Ruben guy? Oh, look at that. Marcus is doing it from your channel now.
Oh, there we go. Of course. Leave it to Marcus to experiment with the tech.
But do you notice, Carl, in the chat, you can see the paperclip on the white circle, but on screen, it doesn't appear.
Oh, really? I'm not watching on screen, actually.
Oh, you're not watching? Okay, yeah. But I'm telling you anyways. Yeah, it doesn't appear. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Ruben, the audience shamer. Oh, whatever, CJ. You make fun of me. I make fun of you. It's all fair game. You know that. Birth page of who? What do you mean birth page, Lee? Double chat penetration. Nice, Marcus. I like
double chat penetration. Someone said cross streaming earlier as well.
Now he's doing it again. Why is he on Carl's channel? That's funny. Okay. All right. And that means nobody in our chat here on my channel should be seeing both of Marcus's comments that I just posted up. Well, 3 of them actually, because he also had done this one as well. Who's this Ruben guy? So weird, but anyways, okay. Let us move on, everyone, to the next piece. And for the next piece, we will jump over to DC Comics back in the 90s to a character I not only love, but a costume that I've more than once made mention of, that I love the costume design. I wouldn't want this character to ever have worn this as his permanent costume. I just want some other character to wear this costume. There needs to be a character that permanently wears this costume in the DC universe. This is awesome. Check it out.
I knew it. I knew it was this one. Out of the 4 costumes are my favorite. Like when Superman returned, the whole electric, the Superman blue, this was my favorite. So I always wanted just one sample. So it's definitely not like, deep dive. I don't know all the stories. I know this ran for like number of years, right, with the red and blue, but I didn't follow that at all. But I just literally wanted one sample of each of the Supermans. I think I might have told PG-13 Carl this as well, because he has samples from a lot of those, like, he even has a great Jurgen piece that he commissioned. But yeah, I love this. As soon as I saw it, I felt like I had to have it. Stuart Immonen as well, great artist. What's cool about this page as well, not only do I remember the cover, I always thought the S was super cool. How he flew in the shape of the S.
Yeah. You see the logo. Yeah.
That is super fun. So
yeah.
I don't know. I realize when I look at art, I always like a lot of the clean stuff. Like this one's also very clean. So having that white space on top was just a perfect balance to, the cityscape below, which is funny because the color has definitely kind of killed the city, and added the electricity and the logo and stuff.
Yeah,
yeah, it's great. It's cool how you put the black and white next to the color as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to say, I usually, especially on this channel, we all are, most of us are usually in agreement, and most of us end up hating the colored versions. We bitch a lot about the colors. I will say this one doesn't bother me. I think it's fine, but
cool. Still looks cool.
But as usual, I will also have to add though that I still, even though I'm fine with these colors, I still do prefer the black and white one. Again, yeah.
Agree.
I love the contrast, with the all the blacks kind of in the bottom right hand corner for the most part, right, and then all that white that moving up towards the upper left hand corner. Yeah, it's just really nice. So.
Oh yeah. So Carl said he actually stopped reading around that era as well.
Oh, this is the era when you stopped reading?
No, I'm saying Carl said that. Yeah, if you look at the chat, Carl said he actually stopped reading around when the blue and red split, which is right after I stopped.
Oh, this is when when the blue split happens, but still love that design. Yeah.
Someone I think Marcus, maybe Marcus. Do you have like a splash page from this issue? Or somebody does. Someone has like a splash page from this issue, like a DPS.
A DPS? Well, I know our friend Hart. Hart owns a DPS. Oh no, but that's not Superman. He owns the DPS of Cyborg Superman flying with parademons, but not Superman himself. So I don't know. But yeah, there's plenty of people on Cap that have nice pieces from this era. So I don't know which one you're talking about, but yeah. Does Carl still collect complete issues? That Stanley asked.
I slowed down, because the pricing wasn't crazy before, but now it's gotten up there. So
Marcus,
he does have it.
Yeah. He does it. Yeah.
So what happened in the city? Shame. Yeah, but to answer Stanley's question, kind of became price prohibitive, and if I was gonna start spending that kind of money, I just felt like it's better that I start thinking more vintage, and that's kind of why I started pursuing more nostalgia.
Yeah. Well, very cool. Very, very happy to show that one.
Yeah, it's great. Great pick.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking of nostalgia, that leads us to this next piece, because I'm assuming this is a nostalgia-centric type piece. And I know, so this is double wide, guys. I'm going to show you, I'm going to have to flip back and forth between two slides to show you the color version. But I know some of you are going to be like going into Carl's gallery and be like, oh, why didn't you show the other one? He has another one. Well,
let's see what this is.
It's because it's my decision, and I just feel like it. How about that? Okay, let's check it out.
Let's go. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I love this one. This is actually probably one of the very first pages I fell in love with, but couldn't afford.
Oh,
it took a while, but I ended up having to trade some magic art for it. And so, Joe Benitez, amazing artist. He was also at OAX. And I do have another Silvestri DPS, thanks to James Siegel. But this is actually one of the first that I came across and said, "Oh my god, this would be like a dream piece," because I so vividly remember this issue.
Okay.
So
you're not upset that I chose this one over the Sylvester?
No, not at all. Actually, this is probably more meaningful to me than anything else. I mean, the other one, the Sylvester one, was more of like checking off a box, because I also have a little kind of a list of wanting to get one sample from each image founder, and so that was it for me for Sylvester of their creation. But this one was an amazing moment, because even my Hildebrand cover, that's been my background, is from this book, and so this is very just a giant moment for me in collecting, because at one point early on I was actually trying to decide between collecting Darkness or Azrael,
right?
And it was just not as accessible to get like solid Darkness pieces. A lot of you guys probably know Royce as well, who once I met him, I realized, oh my god, like he is the Darkness guy, right? And so for me to try to chase some of that, that's gonna be impossible. But what was cool about this was it wasn't in possession of Tatiana, who reps Joe Weems, and at the time it was at Joe Weems' house. And so when I made the trade and purchase, I got to go to Joe Weems' house and pick it up from him, and he literally pulled it out of a USPS mailer and opened it like for the first time, and reminisced on this very page in front of me. So it was really cool just to be able to actually pick it up from the inker, because a lot of times the pencil and the inker, they split the pages from the issue, and I guess Joe's always held on to this one forever. So yeah, it was a cool moment, and this is very meaningful to me. It's also on the back of my wall, and one of the first comic art that I framed as well.
Oh, one of the first ones that you framed?
Yeah, one of the first, if not the first, that I framed was this page.
Wow. Marcus wants me to show the color one. He loves the color, the garbage.
See the skin, Marcus. See the skin. More skin.
There you go. You happy, Marcus? There you go, man. There you go. All
so yeah, behind me, look. It's literally behind me.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Awesome.
Maybe it's an unconscious,
Yeah. I don't know. We're on the same wavelength somehow.
There we go. I know, exactly. It's great.
That's awesome.
Great pick. I love that piece. So I'm glad.
Good. Yeah. I'm happy. Darkness and Witchblade. I loved reading back then, says Tom.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
Well, keep it like this.
It's really good momentum. And I think Mark Silvestri, give it up to him. He always picked really solid artists to work with. Like has some really solid, guys who inherit.
I actually think, and not that I followed Image for very long, because I quit comics soon thereafter, but I actually think, from what I remember, right? So my memory, it's a long time, my memory could be faulty, but my memory is that Silvestri's studio, and all those guys had their own studios eventually, right? I think his was the one that had the more skilled guys, I'll say, whereas the other Image guys studios had more of the bad Jim Lee clone type wannabe, or you know what I mean, Eric Larson wannabe. Like, I don't know. I just felt like more of this actually skilled guys ended up going into Silvestri's studio. That's just how I remember it. I don't know if everybody agrees or not. Everybody's, I'm sure, got their own taste anyways,
Yeah, for me, it'd be like coin toss between Top Cow and Homage Studios was Jim Lee's, and I felt like
Homage. Okay,
they both had pretty solid talent, artist-wise.
Right.
But I think business talent, weirdly, Rob Liefeld's studio, his studio actually brought a lot of solid business talent, because Matt, who runs Top Cow now, he used to work for Liefeld, as well as Eric Stevenson, who runs Image now, came Rob's camp. And so it was really interesting. And I felt like Rob gave a lot of chances to a lot of the business talent, while the other guys really operated more like art studios.
Right.
Extreme. Right. Yeah, Marcus got Extreme.
Well, okay, but Rob, didn't Rob have like 2 or 3 different studios over time?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he did. I think he went and became something else after Extreme, with the guys from Malibu, and I don't know what happened after that. But
yeah.
he has a really cool podcast. I listen to it all the time. He's like a comic book historian.
Oh yeah, right.
Maximum. I remember Maximum.
And
then awesome. Yeah, awesome. Wait, isn't Joe Quesada's new venture Awesome Comics as well?
Oh, I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know what he calls it. Awesome. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
No. I think he just relaunched like a new. Oh, Amazing. It's called Amazing Comics.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Amazing. Oh, yeah. Kind of a crappy name, to be honest. It just sounds. It sounds very like you didn't put much thought into it. You know. But anyways, yeah. So very cool. I'm happy that you're happy that I showed that one. But yeah, guys. If those of you who prefer Silvestri and you still love, if you love the Darkness character, again, use the link down below to Carl's gallery and go check out the Silvestri. He's got a DPS also of the Darkness by Silvestri, and that one's also super killer. And you may love that one even more than this piece. So yeah, check it out. And Gil says, yes, Rob has got a lot of credit for giving newbies opportunities. Yeah. Duval, not sure what you mean by that. CJ. Wildstorm had Travis.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ruth, Campbell, Top Cow, Turner, Benitez. Both have great talent. Yeah.
Yeah. Benitez, a lot of folks would argue, was like the #1 Darkness artist. Like a lot of folks would say, when they think about Darkness, they think about Benitez.
Okay.
Yeah. Benitez is awesome. I love that guy. Also a great person.
That's even better. Yeah. It's always nice to hear that, All right, everybody, let us hit the 6th piece in tonight's show and tell. For that, we will be hitting our second commission.
All right, let's go. Commission.
And this one is...
Oh, dude, Bart, man. Bart Sears. Dude, like... what can I say? Like, it literally speaks for itself. Like, who does this? So I have a 11x17 OG Valiant
sketchbook,
and it's huge. And I asked for it to be DPS because Bob Hall took a first stab, and he was willing to, and ever since then has been DPSs. And so there's a few I haven't uploaded yet, but being a OG kind of what they call VH1 era fan, the whole Turok Ixo team up was kind of what kicked everything off. Even before Turok #1 and all the hype around it, it was really like this moment after Unity that I personally fell in love with Bart. And so when he asked me why I wanted it in the sketchbook, I told him this about kind of how he was introduced to me through Exo, Turok, all this stuff. And so he's like, okay, then what do you think? And I was like, oh, maybe there's a moment when it was after Unity that you could capture for me, and this is what he did, and it's a reminiscent of the I think issue 14 cover, Jason, right? That was very nostalgic to all of us, and so he went all out, dude. Like it was like a overnight thing. I think it was it Baltimore, I believe. I couldn't believe he did this. He just went all out, and it was amazing. So Bart, sorry, man, all these years. Yeah.
Sorry, Kavi. There's no color version on this one, dude. It didn't get colored. Although this is just to show you how dedicated I am to what I do here. I still tried doing an image search online, just on the off chance that, a coloring fan, a fan who likes to color and practice their coloring, may have found this in Carl's gallery and maybe decided to color it. So I still did the legwork of trying to find if there was maybe a colored version out there, but there wasn't. So
yeah, so he spoiled me, man. And like, can I say this too? So many of the artists from his generation, when I see them do commissions and stuff, I feel like they just kind of do it just to do it. But I feel like every commission I've seen from Bart, he's gone all out. And this is a perfect example. So if you haven't gotten something from Bart recently, go get something from Bart, because Bart is the man. Like, and he has such a good heart, such a good dude. Really love his work. So this is I mean, yeah, I felt like after he did this in my book, like every artist has either turned me down because of not wanting to follow up, or because they want more time to attack it. And so it's been a great addition to the book for sure.
Cool. And just so you know, Instantly Film is Rodney. Rodney says, "Hi, Carl. Good evening. Hope you're doing well."
Hey, how's it going, Rodney?
And Ruben did more legwork than Sears. Oh, what do you mean by that? What does that mean? What do you mean, Marcus? Oh, yo, because he's hiding the legs on the two characters. That's what he means. That's funny.
No, it's cool. The whole sketchbook thing is very new to me. But I wish I discovered it earlier, because obviously, like, it's not as, economical to do sketchbook with a lot of these guys anymore. But Dan Tangreedy, he actually taught me how to, the art of making sketchbooks is really just to get some of these guys, some heavy hitters, to commit, and then it'll kind of force everyone who follows them to up their game, and this was a very effective DPS, and it did happen.
Yeah, and just let us know, since it's in your sketchbook, are you saying that was this an OAX thing?
This was Baltimore, I believe, either Baltimore or Heroes.
Baltimore, yeah. Well, okay,
Heroes.
okay.
But I think Heroes, actually.
Oh, okay. But was it one of those things where he did it there, or you gave it to him and then he gave it to you finished at that con?
I gave it to him at the beginning of the con, and I think, no, you know what? I gave it to him at the con. He started working on it, and then he said, "Hey, I want to spend more time on this. Mind if I mail it to you?" And then he mailed it to me. And then I was totally blown away. So,
but dude, we've talked about this here on the show before more than once. Were you not scared shitless of the idea of letting him take the book? Just because, believe me, plenty of commission collectors who have done commissions in those hardcover type books, plenty of them have lost entire sketchbooks full of commissions because one artist took it home and I don't know where it is now. I'm sorry. Yeah, I
heard about that.
Yeah,
unfortunate.
It didn't scare you. You just felt confident, reliable.
I didn't think about it. I feel like if it happens, it happens. The sketchbook, I realize, is less about kind of owning the art. To me, is more about the experience. So through my sketchbooks, I've built so many cool relationships and gotten to know artists and what they like and don't like. That it's more of that for me.
Cool. All right. So that leads us to the world of Marvel.
Okay, here we go. I don't have a lot of Marvel art. I will, though. I'm gonna start building up on that because I have a few I didn't post yet.
But I tried to get a good variation of Marvel, DC, non-Marvel DC. So I think we're gonna see a bit of everything.
Cool.
So let's check this one out.
Conan was Marvel. So
Conan, yeah, that's right. Well, actually, let me just quickly check. So, we had the DWJ was Marvel. Yeah, Marvel. Conan and DW. Yeah, those. So only 2 Marvels so far. Yeah. And so this next one goes back to Marvel, third Marvel. Here we go. Check it out, everybody.
Oh yeah, Trad Moore.
Yeah, so many to choose from. I was like, okay, what are everybody else gonna like? They typically, everybody likes DPSs, splashes, whatever. So that's why I picked this one.
I mean, this is controversial, but my favorite Trad Moore is the Luther Strode era.
So let me come back to you real quick because you said that. Sure. Only because you hit. So on various episodes of this comic art show and tell, I have shown Trad Moore art when people had it in their collection, and that included Luther Strode or the stuff that he did in that 2013, 14, whatever 11, era.
11, 12, 11.
Yeah. And I've said it. I'm on record. That stuff is my favorite stuff. He's had different styles.
Yeah.
He's doing now the one that I guess he's more comfortable with. That's fine. But that earlier stuff, I love those styles much more. I'm not a Silver Surfer Black style fan.
Not at all. Right? I never attempted to buy a Silver Surfer Black piece, but I bought this piece for a different reason. So
anyways, it's a question of taste. That's all, right? But that's fine.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and
yeah,
that was nostalgic to me. But this page, for some reason, always was something I wanted. I felt like it was more of a fine art piece.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. It looks like
building.
that.
Yeah, it was all almost like this arrival of the band. So on the bottom left, you see the little red cape. That's where Doctor Strange and the party was arriving. And yeah, this page always spoke to me. And it's funny because one of our good friends, Shaheen, he's a urologist. And so after I bought this piece, he was like, "Dang, you got the dong page." Obviously, it's supposed to say bong, but he was like, "This would be like a perfect page to be on in my office wall." I was like, "Oh, I got the dong page." So I always read that as dong more than bong now. So, but yeah, this was just a sample I wanted because I felt like if it was going to be a later work, and even if you look at this, it looks a little different than some of the stuff that is on the other pages. He kind of really put a lot of time into the details and almost like a bit of an Ian Bertram influence as well, because I know they shared studios during this time. And so, yeah, this was just different to me. And to me, it was more like I wanted a piece of trad fine art. And this was it.
Yeah. Even though it's still actually illustration, but yeah, exactly. I get what you mean. Exactly. It's very, very fine art, like, fine art adjacent, if you will,
Correct. It's like he's really moved towards this direction. So yeah, it's very different than other trad stuff you see in my gallery because most of the stuff is Luther Strode, and then I also really liked his works on New World because I love that storyline. That was a really great short romantic story for me.
Yeah. And by the way, and this I guess I have to bring this up while Rick mentioned some kind of wonderful. Just wanted to say, Rickster, Mary Stuart Masterson, she was such a cutie. I love that movie just for her. I used to just watch all her movies because I just loved her. Fried Green Tomatoes, anyways. Yeah, let me get back to all of you guys. Yeah. I wanted to say, because this always comes up with this Doctor Strange series.
Yeah.
We've talked about it here on my show more than once. I don't know why it surprised me. I can't really tell you. I hadn't read it myself. But I was surprised that quite a lot of people here admitted to they love that. Like they'll look at Doctor Strange art and they're like, "Oh yeah, cool, kick ass." But a lot of these guys actually who read it, they're like, "Ooh, the story though. Ooh, no."
There was no story. I mean, it's not readable. It was really tough.
Oh, is it that bad?
Yeah, I tried to get through it because after I got the piece, I was like, "Yeah, I should try it again." And then second time, it's not. I mean, I think it reflects visually. It reflects his visual communications, and I think there is a story there, but it was more poetic. I think it was more like poetic, like a set of poems that's next to, the works, and so it's less of a traditional comic book. So they definitely took a big swing, but yeah, like Marcus said, it's more of a visual experience.
Right.
Yeah, and then poems that kind of accompanied it. So if you go in looking for a linear narrative, you won't get it.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, happy to show the art, anyways. I mean, that is ultimately what the show is about. So, and bongs, right. That too. All right. So we will be keeping track on Marvel by staying with Marvel. In fact, probably for 2 more pieces. But we're heading back into the world of commissioning. And although I've said this before, I do get tired of people who do cover reinterpretations of the most commonly classic covers. As much as I love them, you see them sometimes so much being done by so many different artists. It's kind of like,
I know.
I just get tired of it. This is one of those because it's so classic, the cover. They get tired of it. But then, having said that, when I saw it in your gallery, I was like, and I'd seen it, obviously, I'd seen it before in your gallery. Okay. But when I did the selecting and I saw it again, I was like, yeah, but still, it's this, the way this artist interpreted it in his style. I just love it. So I'm like, okay, let's show this one too. All right, so check it out, everybody.
Okay, yeah, no, This is cool. This is Geoff Shaw. This was basically before he went to do Wolverine. I remember I did a DPS commission of Galactus versus Thanos versus Cosmic Ghost Rider, and then I don't know why, like last minute I changed it because I saw him do a commission for someone else, a cover recreation for Ghost Rider #1, I believe, and then I was like, it'd be kind of cool to see if he'll do something with this cover, and I got this. It was and he really he went all out, man. I felt like it was a really powerful interpretation of the cover, and he really owned it. And so I don't do a lot of cover creation outside of Manix, but this was one that was really powerful and really stood out.
Yeah, and I just want to say to everybody, so this particular, and I should say to you, Carl, this one could really use because I know you use. It appears you use mostly a photographs, right? Not a scanner. Is that right?
Yeah, I do on my phone. I have my photo scan on my phone.
Right.
Yeah.
This one could use a better one because although it looks really cool here, when I'm looking at full size in your gallery, I'm like, oh man, there's so much of the line art that's kind of like it's blurry. It's not
get blurry.
It's not sharp enough, and so much of the fine line work is like you can tell that it's gonna look amazing. But you're like, fuck, I can't see it though. It's not. I need sharper.
In person is crazy beautiful. It's nuts. I brought the OAX too, actually.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Have a good night, Marcelo. Thanks for dropping in, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. And
Marvel should make this a variant cover. They do it as one
of the better cover creations.
What reissue comics called? Facsimiles?
Facsimile editions. Yeah.
This could be a cool one.
Yeah. Close up of the Hulk's veins. Shaw had some skills. He does great covers, says Cobby. Nice one, Carl. Yeah. You're welcome, Marcelo. Have a good one, pal.
Cobby.
Enjoy dinner.
Bye, Marcelo.
Yeah, so it's very, very nice. And again, like I said, I see them often, but I made an exception just because I was like, oh man, his line art is so beautiful. But I was like, man, I wish he had a scanner. Out of curiosity, by the way, out of curiosity, why don't you have a scanner?
It's a space, man. So much crap already, and so
okay,
space.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
And those take up a lot of space. I went to go look at one. I did go to Best Buy, and I remember I sat there and was just thinking about where to put it, and I was like, oh man, there's too much space. Yeah.
Marcus says, by the way, they already did the 181 facsimile. Yeah.
And Kavi, I sent your link to a looking for scanners, but I just never pulled the trigger.
Thanks, Kavi. You people might start thinking I make some kind of a kickback on that or whatever. I don't. I have nothing to do with it. But yeah, no, a fun 181 reinterpretation. I love it. Yeah, great style. So very, very nice. All right. Like I said, we'll keep it going with Marvel, everybody, before we switch over. Or actually, it might be two more Marvels. But yeah, let's check out this next piece, and it's another cover. Check it out.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. This actually was a cover, one of the full issues. Also, I picked up from Felix.
Right.
And the reason I wanted this was because it's funny. I actually want this cover more than I want the issue, but Nick wasn't going to let it go if I didn't buy the full issue. So I really bought the full issue because this cover is so epic. This was a kind of new era run, because what this kind of leads to was the story where Mjolnir, who's the hammer, basically comes alive to become a character, and that Mjolnir, that full issue actually sold recently on Heritage, I believe.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, this was the beginning of that storyline, and so it was just a powerful cover, and it was one of the early ones that Nick did fully painted. And so yeah, he killed it, man. I don't know what else to say. I think it's probably
Yeah.
one of the best painted covers I've seen from him.
Yeah, well, people are loving it in the chat. Wowzer. And Antoine says that's a gorgeous Thor cover. The coloring is superb. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what caught my eye too. Is the color? Is like I like the choice of the pinkish purples in the background. I love those colors. Not colors you see all that often used. And yeah, it's really nice. Just nice content as well. And his style is nice. You know.
Man, you're taking me through a bit of a nostalgic journey as well, because a lot of these modern art pieces I picked up, 2020, 21, 22, and then, really kind of transitioned the last few years to more of the nostalgia stuff. So it's really good to look at this again and kind of re-fall in love with it all over again.
Yeah, that's great then. So I did you a good service, I guess.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Shit, you bought the whole issue. Congrats. You didn't know? ST?
Yeah, so to answer who was asking earlier, a question if I still collect full issues. Not as much anymore, a little bit more picky, but yeah, like I mentioned, have definitely transitioned a lot. Yeah, there's just so much on this cover, man. If you look at it, like the crow on the bottom right, that's like a significant part of the story.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
And yeah,
okay.
There's like
I loved that element of it because it looked like, oh yeah, look at that thing. It looks scary and creepy. I love that, Yeah. But I just figured it was a cool element to put in. I wasn't really thinking it might be a story thing,
No, this is a preview to the whole run that Nick and Donny Cates was doing. And I think this was probably one of the last like great Donny Cates stories told before, he ran into some, personal stuff and had to take a break. And so, yeah, this story was very memorable. And apparently, like, word has come around that at some point they were going to pursue this at Marvel Studios to make it part of what they're doing. But I think they've kind of moved away from it now. But there was a season where this was going to be something. So it might still come back with the new kind of revision. Because now I feel like Marvel's kind of going back to its roots again and going back to stuff that has worked in comics instead of trying to spin off, showrunners and letting them do their thing. And so, yeah, I'm still excited about that storyline.
Cool.
It's great.
Cool. And that's only like 3.5 years ago, right?
Yeah, not that long ago.
Yeah. 2021 or something like that. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, what do we got next? Next on the docket, I believe, yes, one more Marvel piece before we break off to another publisher. And this one, if I'm not mistaken, this next one is one that it just caught my eye because it looks, well, I'll let you talk about it, and then I'll tell you why it caught my eye and what I like about it. Take a look, everyone.
Oh yeah, that's great. That's awesome. So this was also a deviation from as prices kind of rise on some of the Phoenix artists. I also look elsewhere for other full issues. And this was I always wanted a sample from Dike, and he was working on I think it was Shang-Chi at the time, and it was like a Shang-Chi team up book that always featured different characters. And I think it was like Spider-Man was one, and then Captain America, and then a few others, and then number 5 was Iron Man. And I got to see these pages, and I was like, "Holy crap!" And so I had to go for the full issue for this as well. So I did the full issue. It's just super action-packed, Shang-Chi versus Iron Man, and it was just me wanting to support what DK was doing at the time, because he's grown so much as an artist, right? And so it was great. It was great. And this moment, this DPS, just kind of says it all, right? Like Iron Man versus Shang-Chi.
Yeah. And by the way, Stanley wants to know, do you have trouble like everybody else on Felix drops?
Yeah. So Marcus said it. I literally got so tired of not.
That's why you bypassed the
bypassing with the issue thing. But that was not sustainable at all.
That's funny. That's funny. And we're not talking about this, but Antoine came in late, wants to know, is that tape on the Charest Azrael Robin cover?
No, and maybe you guys could give me some advice on this. It's not tape, but it's oh wait, hold on. Is it tape? It's not tape. but maybe you guys could give me some advice because I think that's weird. Maybe it's tape. Oh, yeah, it is tape. There is tape. You're right. There is tape, but it was kind of covered up by the transparency, and then I took it off. But yeah, there is tape. You're right.
The perceptive Antoine, everybody.
Yeah, I guess I didn't touch it actually, but now that I touch it, it is tape. Because when I stored it, I actually took it off, took the transparency off, and I saw that as well. So I think that's kind of why they left it on. But do you guys leave the transparency in storage on the covers, or do you guys take it off?
If there's a transparency, why would you take it off?
Well, I didn't take it off. I just put it on the back because I didn't know if it was like good for the inks or not.
But it came with. Is it the original transparency?
It's the original one, and it also has like.
I would. It's and what does it have? It has the logo on it.
It has a logo on it, just the Batman logo, and the little like measurement thing.
Oh, and that. Oh yeah, I would never take that off if that's how it came.
Well, it wasn't attached. It was just kind of on it.
Oh, it was. Oh, it just lying there, kind of thing.
I'll store it. I'll put it back on. So this is not like bad for the page to leave it on because some of these things are just not acid, acid friendly.
Yeah. But no, like Rickster says, leave it alone. Just don't touch it.
I'll reline it up again. Let me put it back because there are the staple holes that are still here. I'm not gonna restaple it, but I'll just reline it and I'll put it back.
Yeah.
The way I got it. Thanks for the advice.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here is always ready to help and dropping knowledge and giving advice. So, Marcus wants you to know to let a professional like Robert Dennis work on it.
What was he have to work on it? Is it the tape? I mean, it's colored over, so I don't know.
No. He's being a little bit of a shit disturber inside kind of joke there. He's an insurrectionist. That's why he's mentioned.
There it is. It's back on now. So now the tape is covered up. You can't really.
Oh yeah. See, yeah. Now it's complete the way it was published. So most people prefer it that way, So yeah. So good stuff.
I took the Batman off because I didn't have one for this guy.
Okay.
490 cover. And so since I didn't have it, I figured I'll just take that one off. And
yeah.
Have it kind of match.
2-page jade. All right. Let us keep it rolling, folks. And before we do, let me just put it back real quick. I just wanted to say, just so you look at it, so you know what I'm talking about here.
Stingray.
So what I loved about this is, okay, first of all, Iron Man caught my eye, and so I love the wash technique on it. It looks really great. But what I really, really liked is when my eye went down and then to the right, and all of the Shang-Chi stuff. So the backgrounds of the lines in the Shang-Chi backgrounds, and just the way he's drawn. Am I the only guy who this reminds you of those Hong Kong comics?
Like manga. Yeah, exactly. He did like manhwa manga style. It was awesome.
Right? Crime Freeman and all that shit, like from back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah, when I saw it, I was like, holy shit, this is awesome. This is like totally East meets West, It's like old school.
But not like typical Japanese manga, specifically that Hong Kong stuff.
Yes, the Hong Kong stuff. I feel like he drew inspiration and he threw that in with Iron Man. And I felt like they should have taken that DNA and that design and just ran with Shang-Chi. Because that look and feel is so dope. And I feel like if they doubled down on that, Shang-Chi would have gotten a lot more traction in comics. But then it just kind of went back to like trying to make him look like the movie one. So it doesn't work for me. Yeah, J-Ban.
Exactly. Great combo of trad and manga feel. That's CJ.
Great.
Yeah. Thanks, CJ. I somehow didn't see that one. Yeah. Appreciate you mentioning that.
Yeah, Dike is also Italian.
Jade-Man Comics, right?
Exactly. And Dike is also an Italian, Chinese-Italian artist. So him and Simone kind of got some similarity vibes as well.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Where's he living? Do you know?
Italy somewhere. I don't know.
In Italy, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Let's keep it rolling, folks, and we will go from Marvel to their vaunted enemy, DC Comics.
All right, here goes. I love a lot of DC Comics. I don't know why.
Yeah, man. There's a lot to love. Yeah. There's a lot to love, and this next piece is awesome too. So check it out. I was gonna say read it and weep, but you can't really read it. Look at it and weep, everybody.
Let's see. Oh yeah, that's great.
Batman Urban Legends #8 cover by Riccardo Federici. By the way, I only heard of Riccardo Federici when I did my show and tell with Scott Brown, aka Hoarder's Hide.
Okay.
Because he had just picked up a piece of some Spectre art. It was done here. Let me come back to you. It's always weird to talk to people and not see them. He had done it in this beautiful, beautiful, highly rendered pencil style, so gorgeous, uninked. And then when I saw this piece, right, first obviously the art caught my eye. I was like, ooh, let me click on it and look at it large. And I was like, oh yeah, well, I'm looking at it. I'm like, this is nice. Yeah. So who did it? And I scrolled and Riccardo Federici. That's that guy who did that pencil style thing that I love from Scott. I'm like, never knew he could. I wasn't aware that he could paint. So it's cool when you find these things out. I'm like, and paint really well, you know. Let me put it back up there so you can.
In fact, I think that's what he's focused on now. He's doing mostly these painted covers.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's more of a cover artist. And I didn't read this book, but the way I found out about Riccardo was through Batman Who Laughs, and I just remember his covers on that was so good. And then I started following him on Instagram, and then this was over the pandemic. I saw him post this, and me being an Azrael lover said, dude, I need this thing. And I remember kind of going back and forth with him for a while, and then eventually picked it up from him.
And do you by any chance happen to know what the medium is?
I don't know. I think it's I think he works in acrylics, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I was gonna say most people will use acrylic just because it's easiest to work with. But it has a look where like it's often hard to say just by looking, but it has a different look to what the way that a lot of acrylics look. That's why I'm also curious too. I was like, wow, it's got a different look to it. Like I wonder if he could have used oil or I don't know, but yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, in fact, I bought it with the intention to frame it, but for some reason I just never did.
Yeah, well, it happens, right? A lot of us go through that. We think we're gonna, frame certain pieces, and then in the end we don't, Yeah. Rick says that it reminds him of San Julian's, as otherwise known to you Americans as San Julian's modern palette.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, he goes to New York Comic Con in the last few years, so if you guys catch him in the next one, like he has some amazing pieces. And I have a good friend who collects a ton of his stuff, so he buys a lot of his covers as well.
EJB is letting us know that Federici's interiors are those beautiful tight rendered pencils, what I'm talking about, but his covers are usually oil paintings, which I also happen to mention it looked like, right? So you know that for a fact, EJB, because if so, yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I need it on my desk now. I don't get that one. Gouache, yeah, it's typically acrylic or gouache maybe, but I don't know. It could be anything. It's hard to tell. Yeah, exactly, Rick. I don't know. That's what I kind of thought. I was suspecting, but oops, sorry. Looks like acrylic to me, but maybe some gel medium added. Yeah, like I say, Antoine, you know how it is. It's just hard. Even in person, sometimes you're like, I can't tell. You can make I've seen paintings. Shit, I own paintings that are oil paintings, but they look more like acrylic, or gouache. Like it's weird. You can do so much with paint and the techniques you use, the way you use the paint, that it's often hard to tell. So yeah, that's why it's always best go to the source if you can track down the artist and ask them.
He puts a lot of work out. I mean, he's very active. So
yeah. All right, excellent. Let us keep it rolling and. They talk inside. Okay, talking about the Jade Men comics. So we're gonna go from that kick-ass cover, to another commission, and it's funny because I chose this piece because I liked it myself personally, and I thought, oh, wait a second, is this published? He said it's a commission, but is it published? But you'll see why I'm asking. Check it out.
Oh yeah, it's not published, but. I love Jonathan Marks. He's a killer.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Like I'll as soon as I never heard of him until I saw it in your gallery, and then I started looking at other people's galleries who had some. I was like, wow, this guy's really good.
Yeah, I had a few of his things. I met him in New York Comic Con a few years back, and always try to support him. And his commissions are very reasonably priced, and he works in these huge, 19 by 25 pages. And I think there was another prompt for a while where I was doing Weapon X prompts, and he went all out. I mean, I didn't expect him to put in all the text as well as almost like a full-on recreation. So I have one of his other ones framed because he had a gallery in New York that was showing his stuff, and so I bought his Weapon X homage, a separate one where it's like I think Wolverine fighting all the ninjas. That's the
I was gonna say that's the homage to the Frank Miller trade paperback cover.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. That's a cool one too. I also kind of consider that one, but then I thought, well, I was like, again, a recreation of a very well-known cover. I thought I'd rather show something that's more unique and different.
Yeah, he also did this comic recently. It's like Black Bear Pirates. Oh, Bear Pirate Viking Queen #1.
Okay,
Yeah, so Bear Pirate Viking Queen. Like, check out that book. It's really well done. That's his latest kind of
And is it done in this painted style?
Correct. It's kind of done in this painted style, and it's kind of a dark story, and it's really so. I think Jonathan Marks his style is getting tighter over time, and I feel like this last Pirate Viking Queen really kind of established where he is today now. But I do feel like a lot of his commissions just gets better over time, and I have 2 of his commissions framed on the wall.
Cool.
So it says a lot about how much I love his work.
Cool. I have to ask in context to Kavi's question, because I noticed when it appears in your photo, it appears that the lettering was cut out and pasted on like old school style. Is that what he did?
He did. He said he was so inspired. He felt like he wanted to add the narrative, so he literally hand wrote and cut them out and stuck them.
Yeah, the old way. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Makes it almost like a collage piece.
Yeah. Super fun.
So that's pretty cool. Okay, interesting. That was a great piece, and again, cool to show it because, like I said, my first hearing about that artist, I've never heard him before, so that was cool. Hopefully, people will check it out.
I do that a lot. I go like even him, Joe Palmer. Like I discovered these guys. I just feel like there's something there, and so I try to support them as much as I can.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, this next piece, everybody, we're gonna go back to I believe DC. But it doesn't really matter because there's no characters on this it's not about characters. This next piece is about architecture. But this is the piece I chose by Simone Di Meo.
Okay.
Even though you had a ton of pieces I could have chosen with the main characters, whatever. Sure. For me, it's about the technique, and I felt it showed stronger in a piece that just had this architecture. So I was okay, I want to show this one.
The library, the tower kind of thing.
Yeah, check it out.
That's a great one. That's a great piece. Yeah, this is a great piece. Even just the way the frames are floating. Yeah, this is probably one of my favorite pages in the issue. So I do have the full issue on this. Batman and Robin #2. Actually, a pretty good story too. It's kind of like a father and son pairing, and they had this very balanced story of not only fighting crime, but Robin having to go to school, right? And so this is one of the scenes where Bruce actually was injured during a past fight and was getting patched up, and they're having a conversation. And I don't know how he thought of this, but what a great composition. Even when he imagined this, he had imagined these frames kind of floating in front of this house. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Simone colors all his own books as well.
Oh, does he? Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool. So he's penciling, inking, and coloring. He does all the art, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he moves very quickly, man. If you watch him work at a show, he puts these things together pretty quickly. he spends a lot of time sketching, thinking about composition, and then once he figures it out, he moves super fast.
Wow, that's amazing. Very, very talented guy. Is he I couldn't really tell too much from the video that we showed earlier. Is he like in his 30s or he's still in his late 20s? Like what?
He looks young. I'm gonna guess 30s. I'm guessing.
Okay.
But also Italian artist. So I feel like you're gravitating towards the Italians tonight for sure.
I gravitate towards what attracts my eye.
Yeah, for sure.
If the Italians happen to be really good, then that's what's gonna happen.
Like Federici, like Dike.
Yeah.
Simone,
yeah. Stingray needs more Titanic.
That's Stingray said he's 32. Yeah, that one needed a Titanic right next to it.
Thanks, Stingray. yeah, 32. Wow. Yeah, young, very talented, amazing. But let me know though. I don't know if you even know if you can answer this question, because you say he's obviously pencil and inking. I know that, but now that I know he's also coloring his work, can this guy handle a monthly book, or he only does special projects?
No, he does monthly.
Wow.
He works monthly, and he works his ass off. I mean, if you see him at conventions, he's not out there drinking, hanging out. He basically is working, and when he's at a booth, a lot of times he's not at the booth in the morning because he's working, and then he leaves and he goes straight to the hotel and he works. And if you follow his Instagram, he'll set his whole hotel room into like a workshop, and he's just pumping stuff out, and you see him bring the product in the next day. So he's a workhorse, man.
Yeah, man. It sounds like it. Wow.
I should get a collaboration with them, and that'd be wild.
Yeah, but very nice. And yeah, everybody, for those of you who are, screaming out loud and telling me, why the fuck did you pick that page with a building and not superheroes on it? It's for the reason that I told you. And the fact that Carl has the rest of the story. You can see tons of Simone's pages in his gallery. So it doesn't matter what I show you here tonight. Go use the link to his gallery and check out the rest of the pages, man. It's
really the full issue. That full issue is really well done. He did a great job.
Gorgeous. Yeah. Great book you picked there, you know. So
and I love it when like the issues I usually buy are the ones that pretty much don't need the words to tell you the story. So by just flipping through it, you're kind of reading the story, and that's kind of why I love that piece.
Sticky Rice, what's up? Good evening. Looking fly with those glasses there, Carl.
Thanks, Sticky Rice.
Impressive work ethic, says Peter. Yeah, for sure. I see no screaming, only loving admiration. There we go. Thank you, CJ. Thank you.
Marcus,
Ruben picked this because he likes thick and sturdy, upright things. Wow.
Triple X. Marcus brings the triple X to everywhere he goes.
He always thinks he knows me better than he does. That's Is Carl Choi a dealer? Asks Antoine.
Not
sure why you're asking.
Amateur. I was on Triple X amateur, and then if you were to see, I can't say I'm a good one because if you look at like me and my negotiation skills, there's not much negotiation. People just throw in a number, and I basically say yes.
Yes, accept. Yeah. Technically, Antoine, it's easy to call. There's dealers as we know them and the collectors, but the vast majority of collectors do sell at least from time to time to help fund other things. So really, if you're wheeling and dealing, you're also kind of a dealer too, but not in the way that most people think of it. So the answer, technically, of course, no for Carl. Yeah, there you go.
I think you could like hold on to your art as long as you want, but eventually, you're probably getting an offer or you're gonna get pressure where you want to recycle to get new stuff. And so I feel like every collector eventually becomes a dealer. And that's why the whole wheel and deal show like makes so much sense, because you do wheel and deal,
Right.
Trading is fun too. I did
it's fun, yeah.
Trading is fun.
Yeah. All right, everybody. We're gonna stick with DC here.
Yep.
Instead of giving you a building, I'm giving you a main character. All right. It's not Marvel though. Again, it's DC, but it's awesome. Great character. Check it out.
Oh yeah, this is great. I love this.
Yeah.
This was also something that was on the stand, I remember, and if you go like any like website and look up the Adventures of Superman, this is like the cover that they use. Barry Kitson, I love. I also have a Azrael cover from him, which I think is the best Azrael cover ever. I, as a kid at that age, I also had a mullet, so this spoke to me on many levels. And
you also had a mullet?
I did. I had a mullet.
Really? Wow.
Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, wow.
Can I drop pictures inside our chat? I don't know. I don't think so. Huh?
No pictures. Only links. You can do a link if you had a link, but that's about it.
I don't have my mullet picture online.
Too bad.
I did have a mullet. Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yeah, no, this to me it was pretty iconic for his time. It was.
I gotta say, let me just interrupt for a second. Sorry, Carl. I gotta say, guys, look carefully, guys. This is actually not the mullet era. This is just Superman long hair era. It ain't. It was. Right? It ain't a mullet if it's just as long on top and on the sides. That's not a mullet. That's just long hair. So technically this is a long-haired Superman, not the mullet Superman. So they digitally increased the size of Superman's head. Yes, exactly. Good eye, Antoine. But that's why you're an artist, That's right. He did draw it too small. Yes, exactly, CJ. He caught it too. And look at that. Kevin says, love the Superman piece. It's still a mullet, but with a peak in front. Nah, we can argue that all day, though. Then is back. Bruce Pye also had a mullet. Who's Bruce Pye? Thanks.
Bruce Pye.
What the hell is he talking about, Bruce Pye?
AKA Albert Moy is Bruce Pye. If you look at his acting credits on IMDb, he was
in that movie where he's like getting beat up he gets killed by the Chinese mafia or something.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Party in the back. Oh, that's funny. Hey, what's happening, Goo? Goo's in the house, faster than a growing mullet. Nice, I like that. Hey, look at that. ST, he understands. It's not really a mullet. Exactly. Tongs, that's right. That's hilarious. Kicker in the front. You guys are so funny. But yeah, really fun cover. And Carl, just out of curiosity, was this one that you had picked up off the stands?
This was one I picked up off the stands.
Okay.
It was probably towards like the end of my collecting era because I think 93, 94, 95, and then I would say 95 is when I started fading. And I think this was like 94-ish, I'm guessing.
Yeah, 94, yeah.
Okay, cool, yeah. So this was like that era. I was probably working in the comic shop still at the time.
Oh, okay.
So it was it was probably towards the end when we were about to shut down. But it was very, very memorable. I've always liked Kitson. I felt like he always did great work. He pumped out a ton of work for DC.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
I think it's just iconic for me personally, nostalgically. Yeah.
I
gotta say, one of the first nostalgic covers I bought, I think, when I started moving away from
from the more modern art.
Yeah, because I think whatever I paid for this was like the cost of a modern art cover. So I was
really?
Like, dude, like why wouldn't I just buy something like this? And that's when I started transitioning my collection.
Yeah. And so would you say that today, as of today, now that we're here speaking live, you are currently focused more on the nostalgic pieces from your past?
For sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just didn't have the community or understanding of how to navigate, and I only had access to a lot of like dealer type sites. And dealer type sites are like often not the best way to shop, right? And so it was now that I'm part of this community, I could find pieces that actually I'm looking through word of mouth and whatnot for.
Yeah, sure. I mean, sure. I mean, dealers are fine. It's just that then you're limited to whatever dealers deal in vintage type stuff.
Right. Yes.
But then you're foregoing, if you're not aware of it, you're foregoing hundreds, at least, if not thousands, of potential art sources in the collectors themselves. That's why networking has always been so important.
So important, and there's so many collectors. They just would never give their stuff to dealers or give their stuff to auctions, and they rather pass it to the next person that's willing to that's truly collecting it. And I've been very lucky. I've met a few guys that has been down to like pass on some of their works to me, to Stuart. We're all Stuarts at the end of the day. Like we're all just holding on to this stuff, and eventually it's gonna be in the hands of someone else. So
yeah, exactly. All right, excellent. Well, great piece. And from that great piece, we're going to go to another great piece, actually, that will be, I'm sure, unfamiliar to, let's see, is Sean Clancy here tonight? I don't think I saw you yet, Sean. I'm going to say unfamiliar to 98% of you. I'll say maybe 2% of you might know what the hell this is about. But it's beautiful, and I think you'll still appreciate it just for the aesthetic. Check it out.
All right, here goes. Yeah, wow, you went to Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, man. Why not?
That's awesome. Yeah, Chris Ryan. This was from the set Innistrad Midnight Hunt. So this was a set that came out during the pandemic. It was a huge set. What Innistrad? So the way Magic the Gathering sets work is there's different worlds that they introduce based on these different sets, and so certain worlds will have certain themes. So for this world, it's vampires and werewolves. And so what's cool about this card is Tovolar is a legendary creature, and legendary creatures you could play in the format called Commander, which is right now the #1 most powerful, most popular era for kind of Magic the Gathering players. So Tovolar is probably the best werewolf commander you get. And so what's cool about this is also that Magic introduced flip cards, and these flip cards typically would be two type of magic. It would be like a sorcery on one side and a land on the other. But then transforming creatures has always been kind of a thing, but now you can actually transform Tovolar on one side to the werewolf on the other. But because he is kind of like the main villain of the set, they also included all his kind of posse as well. So Chris Ryan is one of the top MTG artists in the game, and during 2020 things got so crazy with and how heated this market was. He actually started painting bigger. So this piece, I believe, is 30 by 40, so it's huge.
30 by 40. Wow.
Yeah, 30 by 40. And so I own the front and the back. So I have both pieces. I actually had both pieces on the wall. Now they're in my in-house gym, and they're kind of sitting on the floor facing you. It's not hung anymore because I have other art in the gym. So this piece though is one of my favorites from Chris because he's a master artist. And if you look at it proportionally, if you flip back to the card art, Ruben,
yeah. Do that in a sec. Here we go.
See, he was explaining to me how if you look at proportionally, look at the size of the sword in human form versus when he becomes a wolf, and how small that sword gets. And so they get much bigger as wolves. And if you look at all the human characters, his posse behind him, all the wolves also kind of transform versions of those characters.
Wow. Yeah, I just FYI, I've never been a kind of D&D type guy, or these MTG type games or whatever. It's just not my thing, but I don't care. I just I picked it because I love monsters, I love werewolves, I love the artwork on this piece. I was like, it's part of your life, right? Like gaming is another a different part of your life.
I play a lot. Yeah. In fact, at OAX, Newell and I helped Tatiana and Steve set up this whole Magic the Gathering night on one of the nights where we taught people how to play Magic and then introduced them to the set, because this year Magic the Gathering is doing a huge series of crossovers with Marvel Comics. And so in September, the Spider-Man set comes out. So you could literally play Spider-Man as your commander going up against Tovolar, Dire Overlord, which is freaking awesome. So I could battle Spider-Man with my werewolves.
Oh, that's cool. And look at that. Stingray says he got to teach Magic to complete noobs. That's funny. Cool. Yeah, well, great piece. I mean, you have quite a few lovely looking paintings. And let me just end.
That's a great pick. And and because they were painting bigger, a lot of these paintings started getting more and more detailed. So if you think about early on Magic the Gathering cards, I think the Black Lotus, it's one of the most valuable cards in this in the history of MTG. I mean, a graded 9/8 for Black Lotus sold for $3 million. So imagine the original art, what that sold for. I don't know, but I think the last transaction was 10 million. And then it got transacted one more time. So I don't know what that. So they were published, right? And so,
so you're saying the Black Lotus artwork has changed hands before?
Oh, a couple times in the last 6-7 years. And so
publicly
or private? It's private on the last one, but it's like 5x7. It's like 5x7.
Little one. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it was small because they said back then Magic the Gathering was such a kind of upstart that some of the artists would finish their artwork in the parking lot on top of the trunk. And then turn it in, right? And so now in 2020, the artwork got so crazy. Some of these arts getting bigger and bigger. So I have some pretty damn big pieces in the
No, that's awesome, man. Wow. Yeah, it was a great piece, like I said, and not only did I love werewolves and the beautiful painting itself. But like I said, I think I was like, well, it seems like this is a big part of Carl's life. It's just a way for me to show another side of, who you are within the hobby, and let people know that you're not just into, let's say, the superheroes or whatever, that you also do this sort of side adjacent, the gaming thing or whatever. And
and honestly, I can't be more excited about Magic the Gathering and Marvel crossover, because I think Marvel cards have always been a big thing, like with card art collectors. Sure. I think now, it's going to be a next level thing, because these are now cards art with utility. So to me, I do feel like it's going to bring a whole new wave of art collectors into the fray of comic art for sure.
Cool. We'll see. Right. All right, everybody, keep it rolling. This next piece, we're heading back to DC.
All right.
And You've seen something similar to this already. This is kind of we'll call it one of the partners to it. Check it out.
Oh yeah, man. So
I had to.
Yeah,
I had to. And if I'm not mistaken, I think did I read correctly? Perhaps in your description, is this maybe your favorite of the ones that Travis had done?
It's crazy. Artistically, why it was. This is a different kind of nostalgia to me, because this was this came out on my 15th birthday, I believe, 14th or 15th birthday, and 93, 15th birthday. So it was just very memorable. It was the week of my birthday. I went to the shop. This came out, and couple of things. One is there's way more detail than 488. Even though 488 is iconic for me character-wise, there wasn't a lot of backgrounds. But this one, there's a whole building, the composition has a clock tower, and then on top of that, I remember scratching my head when the Riddler gets so ripped. And
right.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, but then I was like, wow, they always seem to muscle up everybody just so they can look like they have a chance or whatever,
No, so that's kind of reason. So this kind of leads into Nightfall, and you're wondering, what the hell, who's behind all this? Why is he so ripped? He's kicking butt, and basically it's because Bane had been injecting him with the serum, and basically made him big. And
that's the same serum? That's the serum, because I didn't read that Bane era. That's when I was gone from comics. And I never went back to read it. Bane is as big as he is because he took a serum?
Yeah, it's like a venom thing that he gave him. And so I don't know, he shot him through, I forgot what it was, but yeah, it's story related. So I thought it was so cool, right? The cover reflects that whole storyline. So yeah, this is very, very meaningful to me. And I really, really wish that I got a hold of 489, because that was sold on Comic Link before I was ready to kind of bring it all together. But whoever has 489, give me a chance.
Yeah, but at least it's out there.
Yeah, it's out there. It's out there.
There's a
so
chance, right?
Cool. Well, one of the things that I loved too was that era of Travis Trey was my personally favorite. I know a lot of folks like, his later works, but to me, like, I love this whole Jim Lee clone with the stretched out faces. Like, that was always my Travis Trey. And I know he did 5 covers, 3 Batman covers and 2 Detective Comics covers. And yeah, I would say out of the 5, art wise, this is probably my favorite.
Oh, well, it's this.
Stingray is the best influence. Look at that guy. He's like, yeah, do it.
Yeah,
do it.
Yeah, it's always easy. It's always easy to cheer on when it's not your money that needs to be spent.
Right? I do that to him too. Stingray's like, yeah, more XXX videos. Monetize. Manowar.
No, that's pretty awesome, man. So yeah, no, congrats on owning it, and congrats on the new one, especially since now that makes 2. So
happy.
Nice.
2 or 3. 2 or 3.
Yeah.
5 actually. If I could get all 5, would be awesome. So, 2 out of 5. Let's just say 2 or 3 for now.
Yeah, 1 at a time, anyways, right? It's 1 at a time. Knock them down. 1 at a time. It's patience, right? It's a slow crawl.
Let me get the apron photo shoot in with Stingray, and the pages will come in that time.
Okay, everybody, I am gonna go and show you. I'm gonna flip back from DC to Marvel, and look at what are you guys talking about? This whole injecting with the Bash Brothers and all that. Carl Dumore X Triple X. It's good to have goals. Exactly, he needs a black leather couch. I'm gonna go back to Marvel. And it's another cheat, so we can see 2 pages instead of 1.
Okay.
And we get to see, that way we get to see twice as much glorious art for the same amount of time. So check this out. One of your favorite artists, Carl, and a lot of you out there too. Check it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't read this till later in life, but Barry Smith is I came back to it because it was before my time. But I didn't know the story behind this was he actually took some time off, and it was Herb Trimp that invited him back to work with him on this.
That's right. Trimpy, by the way.
Trimpy, yeah. And so Trimpy's before my time too. I didn't really kind of I'm obviously like a 90s boy, but he invited him back, and the story was that Trimpy just did kind of the layouts and whatnot, and then Barry basically, you could tell through issues 1, 2, 3, 4, because there's a issue 4 page I have too. Barry really takes it on from there, and so man, I read. I had to go back and read it after kind of reading about it from Barry Windsor-Smith interview. Or actually, I saw an interview on YouTube that he did to promote Monsters, and he told that story, and so I went back and read it, and I fell in love with the story. And I'm just a fan, and if you look at a lot of my collection, I love miniseries because I just don't have the capacity to chase like 200 issues and try to remember everything. I love kind of stories that ends in like 4 to 6 issues, and I just love rereading those things. Once in a while. Kavi, why don't you help me do that? You buy it, hold it for me, and then be a steward, and then I'll come over to your house, enjoy it, and then at some point when I'm ready and win the lottery, I'll try to inherit it from you. But anyways, I love Machine Man. I love what he represents. I love like the futuristic vibes that they delivered in 1984, because a lot of what they drew and wrote in this book was very relevant. It's very relevant to today because they talk a lot about 2020, which obviously
the COVID Iron Man.
Correct. And so they talk about how people are addicted to video games, and they talk about how AI robots are like a threat. And so it's hilarious. It's like a really cool, how they say like Simpsons predicts a lot of the future. Like, dude, Machine Man predicted a lot of the future. So if you guys read it, it's freaking hilarious. It's actually they were pretty on point when it comes to predicting what the future would be like.
And I just want to say quickly, because again, like we mentioned earlier, usually we're shitting on the colors on the covers. I really, especially for 1984, which I did get this when it came out, only for the art. I never even read it. But I loved the colors were so much better than the standard comic book on the stands, even at Marvel. The shading, the colors here are just beautiful. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, it's Barry Windsor-Smith who also did the colors here, his own coloring. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And to answer your question, number one Marvel fan is X51, also known as Aaron Stack, per ChatGPT.
Look at him trying
Although I knew that. As soon as I read it, I knew that. I just
cheater. That is so funny. That's so funny. Dan says other books heading towards predicting the future: V for Vendetta and DMZ.
That too. Yeah, V for Vendetta for sure. But yeah, I remember that a really cool term. They called kids who are addicted to video games vidiots.
Vidiots, right? Yeah.
And it's
that's
really
right.
funny because up the street from me, on the way to the post office where I drive all the time, there's a Vidiot theater, and it's like a club, it's like a membership where you get to watch movies and you subscribe to the theater, and it's kind of cool that it's a they created that 14 years 1984. So
yeah, that's wild. Yeah, and by the way, for those of you who don't know, while the credits go to Herb Trimpe and Barry Windsor-Smith, just in case you don't understand how it works, because I know a lot of people over the years since it came out, which has been 40 years now, think, well, but Windsor-Smith buried Trimpe, whatever. Obviously it doesn't look at all like Trimpe, and yes, that's correct. The reason is because Trimpe only did breakdowns. So breakdowns is essentially just the most, he decides how the panels are going to be designed based on the plot that was given to him. So, the layout of the page is all him. The placement of where the characters and the backgrounds are going to go, that's Trimpe. But he draws all that in with basic structure, like a couple of lines for the arm, a couple of, lines for the head, like just basic stuff. So, of course, Barry Windsor-Smith being the finisher, it means he is the penciler and the inker. So he just goes over Trimpe's breakdowns with pencil. So he's still the penciler. He just didn't design the layout of the page, but he's still having to fully pencil it in. So that's why the line art looks like his. And then he's also the inker. So it even looks even more like him, and you don't see Trimpe at all. So that's,
although I felt like issue 4, because I own a page from 4 too, and I felt like Barry completely took over, because you could tell even that
is the issue where Trimpe he bowed out.
Well, he bowed out. I didn't know. Okay, yeah. Looks totally Barry. So
it's completely Barry on that last one. Yeah. There you go. So very cool stuff, man. And you got 2. You have more than 2, by the way. Go check those out. He's got 3. Yeah, he's got a 3rd one there that you can check out there. So, and that was also tempting for me. I was like, okay, instead of 1, I'll choose 2, and since I'm choosing 2, I'll choose the 2 from the same issue. Why not? Whatever,
I agree. Tom was saying how the miniseries
cover is
so iconic.
Yeah. That's what we said, Marcus. That's what we said. Yeah, well, that's what I said. Anyways, yeah, he did them all. He did all of issue 4. Yeah, Barry is similar.
I was also tempted to grab some, try to hunt down a Jack Kirby cover from Machine Man, but I don't know. I read the Kirby stuff was very different than the 1984 stuff, totally different. And so
I'll take your word for it, because, like I said, I never read even the Barry stuff. I bought it just for the art. It didn't appeal to me to read, so I never read it. But
it's really good. Really? I recommend that to a lot of people. It's a fun story. It's more for the fact that you're reading something from 1984 and how much they got right about the future.
Oh, right. For that alone, yeah. I guess, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. We'll keep it rolling, folks. And only a few left, everybody. And then we'll let you all get home, or to bed, I should say, so you can get to work tomorrow. And
what number are we on now?
I think we have 3 more.
Okay, cool. Wow. Went by pretty fast.
Yeah, I know. Ultimately, given how slow it seemed like it started off, I'm pretty happy. So everybody, this next one is gonna make number one Marvel fan very happy, and it is the 3rd to last piece, and we're sticking with Marvel. Check it out.
Oh yeah, this to me, thanks to my friend Amir who passed it along to me, because
Yeah, Amir is a good guy.
Oh,
Yeah,
such a good guy. He passed it along, and then he was like, "Dude, you know, you're into long shot, right?" I was like, "Yeah." And I've had such a journey when it comes to collecting long shot pages. So this is probably like the 5th page that I bought, and it's finally it. I think for some reason I early on I didn't really know the hobby, so I would buy some of the early issue 1 pages, and when I got them, I just wasn't in love with how messy they were. So I sold 2 of them, I remember, and then I bought a 3rd one. Oh, there was a 3rd one that popped out. I didn't get that one. I tried to get it, but someone else got it. Then a 4th one came, and I at the time just couldn't afford it, so I did a time payment. But what was very interesting was that 4th one, I was about to pay my last payment on it, and Amir brought this one up. I was like, oh my God. I was like, dang, I was about to pay off this other one. I guess I have to sell this other one to pay for this one. And so what happened was I basically asked the guy, hey, I put in the last payment, and I said, can you ship it today? And the guy was like, oh, no, I can't. I'm on vacation for the next month or something. And so 2 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, so can I ship it to you then? I was like, dude, I'm trying to go to New York Comic Con so I could sell this because I want to get into something else. I didn't say it was for another long shot page, but then he responded really quickly and was like, oh, you know what? If you need the page right now, I can't get it to you for a couple weeks, but happy to give you a full refund. And so I was like, oh, really? And so I said, sure. And so he ended up giving me a refund, and I got to pay for this right away.
Oh,
wow. Crazy story.
Great.
But this is the dream page. I mean, it's such a moment that I think all of us who've read long shot can remember is his basically pet sidekick monster becomes literally a giant monster and becomes his worst enemy, and it's the moment he had to basically put him out of order. So it's such a great book, and it has Doctor Strange, it has all the elements of this of this book that made the series memorable. So it's great art atmosphere.
Very, very, very memorable. I wish I was younger. I mean, don't we all wish we were younger? But I'm happy to have been, I guess, old enough that I was collecting this off the stands every month. So that's a good memory for me. I just love this new talent. I was just like, wow, this guy Art Adams and Portasio, wow, these guys they're awesome, man. They're gonna be they just got to get on an X-Men book, and they're gonna explode in popularity. Yeah,
I don't know why. This one was a book that I bought. I think it was when I was working at the shop. This is obviously before my time, so I didn't read it when it first came out. But I think my boss would recommend books. Oh, you have to have this. You have to have this. And I always loved taking complete series home. And so I remember getting all 6 issues, went home, got super excited, and just blast through it. And I try to reread it more recently, and it's a little different than I remember it, but it was just very memorable to me. I was like, oh, Longshot is so freaking cool, and was a character that I really fell in love with as well. So I really love Mojoverse, Longshot. This page was exactly what I needed for Interior.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well deserved. All right, we got 2 more to go, everybody.
Cool. Almost there.
I want to preface this next one because I just have to. I just want to say this next one, believe it or not, and you can tell me after if you believe it or not after you see it in the chat, and you too, Carl, I guess. This next one, it's my favorite piece of the night.
Oh wow!
Yeah. It's my favorite piece of the night. No, okay, I'm betting not a single one of you would agree. Okay, would say the same thing. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. So clearly, it's again because it has nothing to do with character content. It has everything to do with technique, talent, and aesthetic. And along with DiMeo, this artist is also kind of new to me. Only in the last couple of years, I've been noticing, and only again because I don't really look at a lot of comics, so I've only noticed him because of a lot of you guys posting art on Comic Art Fans, and just so amazing. Again, I know you won't agree, but aesthetically, like favorite. All right, so this is second to last piece. Everybody, check it out.
All right, let's go. Oh yeah, I mean, Mr. Scalera, dude, like this King of
Holy
Spies. Oh,
You understand why, right, Carl?
Oh, for sure. This thing aesthetically, this page, like I remember turning to the last page and pausing on this for like 5-6 minutes, just looking at all the details.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I don't even like. I was stunned. I had like trying to formulate the words of
Yeah.
how to describe what I love about it, and I just kept tripping over my tongue. And I was just like, I just want to stare at it. Let me just stare at it. Let me take it all in, kind of thing,
Well, you also love the Italians, so Matteo is also Italian, and for those of you guys who haven't read King of Spies, I highly, highly recommend it. It's one of my all-time favorite series in modern comics for sure. Mark Millar does a really good job on like his own twist on stories, and I've always grown up, being a kid who loved James Bond, having crushes on all his flings, and just kind of over the course of the last decade or so, you kind of wonder like what happened to James Bond. And so this is a version of what happened to James Bond. This guy, Roland King, who was the basically kind of play on words King of Spies, he's retired, but he's not used to the retired life. He like reminisces about his time when he was courting females and also going to these missions and going on these crazy adventures, and he's kind of not into being retired and in this life, and he's kind of over it, and he basically finds out that he has terminal illness, and because of finding out this terminal illness, he really questioned on if he really did help the world or not, and finally makes the decision that he wants to help the world by ridding the world of all the scum that he was exposed to, that sadly he had to serve, and all that he had to give up for. And so it's a really meaningful story. I also personally relate to it. I don't have kids. My wife and I got married much later in life, and a lot of it was because I think for both of us, we kind of gave up the opportunity due to our career. We like had a different cause, right? Had like a bigger cause that we subscribed to. Her, servicing her hospital in the medical field. For me, was always on like a bigger mission for what I was doing in media, in storytelling, and in the talent that I always felt like I was there to steward and uplift. So this really spoke to me because him as a spy gave up a lot of that for his country, and obviously it all comes back in full circle. And Mark Millar did a great job. It's an easy read, guys. So if there's one book to read tonight, guys, Time Before Time I really love, but this one I would just recommend giving it a shot, giving it a read, and let me know what you think, because I have a whole stack of trade paperbacks. If you don't have one, DM me, I'll send you a copy to read it.
Nice.
I love it.
That's very kind of you.
One of the ones I give people to onboard them in the comics is usually this book. Well, actually, the first one is usually Do a Powerbomb, and then it's this book. It's usually the follow up.
Yeah. Wow.
And then once they're ready for more, I'll give them Saga and East of West, and those are the
Saga. Love it. Yeah,
great pick.
Oh, I yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. It's weird to say thank you. Weird to say thank you because you're the one who owns it, right? It's not me.
No, that's great. No, that's awesome. This is like very nostalgic to me too, because I think this is one of the last kind of full issues that I picked. Well, I mean, I went kind of all out and bought the whole series, and so and because of that, Mateo also drew my wife and I into issue 4. Yeah. And so this is permanent at this point. Like this is going to be permanent. Is not one I could ever look at and not feel like attached to it any other way than the most personal way. So
yeah, cool. Well, that's awesome. So Mark is saying that that synopsis got me Googling to buy King of Spies. Thanks,
awesome, dude. Mark, check it out. Let me know what you think. We'd love to chat about it.
Kevin says, "I'd love a copy. I'd love a copy. I love Scalera, but never read it."
Yeah, message me, DM me. I'll send you a copy. And yeah, do a power bomb too. One of my favorites too. So those are great.
And Kevin's also asking, will you be seeing DWJ in LA next week?
I didn't know he was in LA next week, but I'll try if he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Game of boners. Oh my God, Marcus. Yeah. So I mean, guys, that's I don't know. I hope you understood why I showed that and why it's my favorite, even though you may not really care about it too much.
Yeah. Why is it like if
it's just I can't even formulate the words to describe the technique and skill. That's so far beyond the average comic book artwork right there. I'm telling you. It's a street scene. I mean, it's just a street scene at night. You know, you've seen the thousands of them throughout your life in comic books. If you read, a lot of comic books, that's leagues beyond in terms of ability and quality. What most comic book street scenes would look like. It's just.
Wow, you should read the book and look at the action scenes and like. The action scenes are like, it's like, I know a lot of us like superheroes, but honestly, Mattel took this to the next level. Like the action scenes are freaking nuts. And Marcus, you're not wrong. I felt like when I was growing up, I have to thank James Bond for a lot of my young boners. And so
Stanley,
movies were provocative, man.
That's very true, Stanley. I mean, if it's quality, right? I absolutely pay close attention. I love backgrounds. I have bought art just because I like the backgrounds and I didn't really care about the foregrounds. I just wanted certain backgrounds of certain panels. I was like, oh, I got to get that, Yeah, so yes, enthralling. Thank you, Rick. Oh, and look at that. Also, Tom, I'm going to buy it tonight.
Awesome. Yeah.
So you got a convert, man. You got an instant convert.
Yep. Number one Valiant fan. That's next.
That's funny. Also, like hands in the foreground. I like well-drawn hands anywhere, not only in the foreground. But Mark says it's atmospheric. It could have been set up with a bulb. It was a dark and stormy night in London, but he drew it instead. Yeah. I mean, it's so beautiful. Yeah. The command of shadow and light. Oh, so good. And the textures that he creates. Whatever. It's just it's up there. It's so good. So
real quick, before I forget, Ruben, before we get to the last one, can I bum some votes from the group? Because I want to try to get a little hammer on CAF, and it's the last night of voting.
Say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, I want to send a link and see if I get some votes. I've never had a hammer before, but this is also the first year I'm submitting something, so I'm being a little bit of a shameless promoter.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's the last night of this like best of 2024, and I threw in.
It's true. And I believe it ends in 15 minutes because I think it would be midnight Eastern, right?
Exactly. So in the last 15 minutes, if possible, I would love some votes from the crew.
Yeah. So there you go. Click that.
Yeah, I probably kind of killed myself by putting on 2 covers, but I thought, whatever, maybe it'll double my chances. So,
yeah.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Just comment on art. It's easy to get a hammer, Carl. Just comment on
how. It's like it's pretty damn competitive with the commenting champion in the.
Newell's asking though. Newell's asking. Did you vote for mine, Carl?
I should. I gotta vote. Yeah, I'll do it right now. What'd you put? What'd you submit? Can you send the link, Newell?
Yeah. Where's Carl's link? What do you mean? He just put it up there. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5 comments above yours, Stanley.
Yeah, the 24/7 comics. Sorry, I didn't log into my own YouTube.
Quid pro bro. Nice.
Vote for best. Is there a way to search for Newell's?
Yeah, Mike at NSN Art is asking, did Carl vote?
I vote for some. I had some friends put in chats today that I voted for. I think Alberto or Jason.
Yeah, whoever Yeah, I don't care about that. It's always a popularity contest. The most expensive vintage art always gets the most votes. Blah blah blah. We already know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I got you,
Whatever.
Stinger. I got you.
Links not in the links not in the chat. Oh, because I
That's
know
weird.
you guys, the viewers, are not allowed to put links. I mean, you're allowed, but the YouTube system just doesn't allow it to go through. But
Oh, really? That's weird.
yeah,
Can
but
you
I would
post
think
it?
I would think you being my guest and having the ability to put a link in like I can, I would think it would have been
Here,
possible.
I'll throw it in the private chat and see if you could put it in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, good idea.
Really awesome. Thank
Okay,
you.
good idea. Yeah.
Appreciate
So let's see. Copy. All right. And paste. Enter. There you go, guys. There you go. That should be it. And there's a 500 and under category. Oh, okay, that's good. At least that's something they're trying to do to make it, that's cool, Rick. Probably on Carl's channel. What about it?
What's
Oh, the
on
link.
channel?
Maybe it showed up.
Maybe it popped into.
Oh, maybe it popped in your
my
right.
side. That's true.
Maybe.
It's possible.
Yeah. I voted early. I hope it isn't rigged. A lot of rigging going on here in your country. Already voted on a sweet Sword of Azrael cover, man, says Carl.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And
I don't care. I would love to win a hammer.
Yes.
I don't know. Can you try to buy it from somebody? I don't know. But okay, guys, should we get to the last piece for tonight's show and tell? So everybody can go to bed after.
And if you guys are comic art fans, please comment on my Batman 488 cover too. That's my ultra grail. So we'd love more comments there as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you good, man, or do you need some more time?
I'm good. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. Nice to win the mystery sketch category. All right. So let me cue that up here. Last image. Okay. So yeah, the last one.
Curious. What's the last one?
Of the, I would have thought you might have had a good idea. Actually, I think this is more. I consider this one as the last piece more of a obvious choice, I would think.
Sure, probably. Yeah, I figured.
So yeah, let's check it out, everybody.
Yeah, this is it. This basically we're going full circle. It was on the stands the same time that we started this show and tell with my premiere and my cover drop on Ruben's show, exclusive drop. But yeah, I was eyeing this for years. In fact, it was like I eyed it in someone's gallery. I eyed it when he traded it off to a dealer, and then it was on the dealer's back wall for a few years. And I remember every time I saw it, the price just keeps going up, and I'm like, dude, no one's buying it. Why does the price keep going up? But
sorry, Carl. Sorry, I didn't hear. Where was it?
On the dealer's back wall.
In a okay, at a convention kind of thing.
Yeah, like a art dealer's back wall. And what's cool about this cover too is not only is it the kind of closing cover for the Sword of Azrael series, to me it's the second best cover next to the #1 cover, because the #1 cover has the triplet that I did with Manix, which is freaking awesome. But the #2 cover is his father, which is like the night version of Azrael, which I'm not as into. And then the #3 cover is it's like a hand, the villain ripping on Batman's. So then Azrael and Batman is on the cover together on this cover, finally, leading up to Nightfall, which then is the cover I premiered earlier. So this cover has always been very iconic to me when I think about Sword of Azrael. So on top of that, it was totally out of reach. I've just, outside of one other cover, I've never really spent so much on the cover before. But last year OAX, thanks to a few friends, I think both Dinesh and Shaheen was with me when I came across this, and I was being very disciplined about not spending money at the last OAX, so I didn't look around that much. But they saw me. I keep going back, looking at Marcus kept looking at this cover, and at the end they were like, "Dude, just get it." And I was like, "Dude, I was like, I can't afford it. And then Shaheen was like, dude, just do time payment. I was like, I've never done time payment before. I don't like time payment. I like just not having that. And so, given the situation and just, you know, friends cheering me on, I this was also my first ever cover that I did time payments on. And so it took a long time, but I eventually was able to close it out like 6 months later, but was able to do that through some trades as well. So definitely thanks to the dealer who was really fair on some of the trades that I had. I was able to get this you know, within like 6 or 7 months. So
and since the deal went well, I'm curious, why are you hesitant to mention the dealer's name?
Oh no, Bashara. I just
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to like but
I did it for you.
Totally great. He was so fair. He was very like on top of that, I got to hang out with him at his house a few times. We live, you know, not far from each other in SoCal. And he was very like educational. He like taught me a lot about collecting. Even when I told him how like, oh man, I want to like, because I didn't really sell like I'm you know before, but as of last year I started doing like amateur dueling dealers or whatnot, and Bashar like started kind of giving me insights into like what's the best way to sell. Yeah, Mark, it's true. Like when you, it's like the whole thing about like in Asia, if you see someone who has a car, chances are it's paid off because they just don't do that. They just don't do leases and stuff out there. And so, but anyways, so he was super fair with some of the trades. He and it's funny because he actually wanted one of my other Azrael covers, which is the one by Barry Kitson, and he was gonna give me like a crazy valuation on it.
Yeah,
but I still pulled back. I was like, I can't do it. I gotta keep it. So I'm glad I kept it because it was like he gave me one valuation, and then when I saw him, I was like, oh, I'm not sure. He gave me a bump, and then I was like, oh, and because once he saw it, I think he really realized that, oh, what is a special cover? It's a winter special #1 cover, and then he gave me a bump, and then I was about to do. I was like, and at the end, I was like, oh no, that's cool. I'll trade these other things, but I need this cover back. So yeah, anyways, it was cool. But Bashar was really cool to trade with, like really good guy in general. Just has a lot of expertise and has a crazy collection himself. He walked me through a little like his little gallery at his house. But yeah, it was on his back wall for years, like for a few years.
Yeah,
but glad to finally have it in my collection.
Yeah, and great to see that it finally left the dealer's back wall and into somebody's collection who cares about it and appreciates it. So
yeah, it's funny. It's kind of crazy. I used to say this. I was in the nightclub business in my early entrepreneurial journey, and often
you see. More reason why we got to do an in-depth Carl Choi episode.
But it reminds me of one saying because it's not really about all the, obviously money comes and go, and often people used to be like, man, like people spend like $500 on a bottle of alcohol. What the hell? Why would they do that? And I used to always respond and I say, the price fades quickly when the memory of the experience lasts forever. And I would say that's exactly what this was for me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Honestly, the whole thing I said, it's you have a lot of nice stuff, and like I said, I really wanted to show as much, with only 20 pieces, which is my the limit for my shows. I hope that I sort of gave a pretty broad overview of the
you hit everything. You hit the creations, the commissions, you hit Magic Gathering, the card art. I mean, yeah, you definitely covered great selection, great curation. Thanks for that. And it was a great journey for me too, because
you're welcome.
Mentally I've kind of shifted so much in the nostalgia art. I tonight was a great reinvigoration of like why I love a lot of the modern art that I
cool, man.
Yeah.
That's that's what I love about doing this is, and again, for me, it's about the people, right? So it's just about, just hanging out with people with similar interests, right? And getting to know each other better. And there's always these extra little benefits, like you just mentioned, like people looking at their art and being like, oh shit, like if it wasn't for this, like this has made me realize how man, I need to look at my stuff more because you know I'm appreciating it again, just from having shown it and seeing it. I guess it's different because you're seeing it from the point of view of some other collector who decided they're going to show these specific pieces and they've got their reasons for doing so, you know. And it's a
fun show, man, and I feel like, you know, everyone should go through this with you because I just feel like it's a great way
to and I appreciate
also learn about different ways of collecting, because I'm a big believer that there's no right way or wrong way to collect. I feel like however the heck you collect, like, why should we be like, you know, judge and executioner on the right and wrong way to collect? We all have different backgrounds, journeys, different things speak to us. So yeah, man, I love the positivity of the show and love the crew here. Good seeing everybody. You know, it's late over there, I know, on the East Coast. And
but that's what I love about how the show has turned out, you know, over the last couple of years, is that, like, you know, I say it all the time. Early on, right? My goal was, okay, every episode, I guess, no more than 2 hours. We got to try to cut it at 2 hours, because everything I used to hear about YouTube, right, was like, oh my God, YouTube, the algorithm, all that shit, and even viewers in general, everybody likes, you know, short attention span stuff. So pre-recorded videos, you know, 5 to 12 minutes, whatever. If you're going to go live, do live things that are like 30 minutes or less, whatever. Everybody wants short. So I'm like, yeah, but the kind of thing that I want to do where I talk to the crowd, I talk to everybody gets involved and hangs out. You can't do that in a short period of time, right? So for me, short was going to be 2 hours is what I figured.
Sure.
And everything I read was like, nobody's going to watch you on Rewind. And then I would always apologize week after week. I'd be like, oh, sorry, guys. I know it went past 2 hours. It's 2.5. Well, you know, and then a few weeks later, oh, God, we're going 2:45 now. Then it was 3 hours. And then it became 4 hours. And then we did a few episodes that went 5, 6, 7. Like, but the craziest thing about it is no matter how long they went, and sure, people fuck around and joke around with me like, oh my God, your shows are so goddamn long, with, you know, and I'm sure plenty of people out there don't watch my shit because they feel like it's too long, or they just don't like me, or they don't like what I do, or whatever, you know, that's fine. But the amount of people that have become regular and semi-regular viewers here, in spite of the fact that over time, the average episode length has just gotten longer and longer and longer. And those same people just continue to watch, and new people have come on since they got longer. I'm so thankful for that, because I never would have been a million-year guest, because like I said, everything I read told me, don't do that. Nobody's going to want to watch long shit, long form content. Nobody cares. Nobody has attention spans. But our hobby, it's so niche. I guess that's one of the important things here. It's such a niche hobby, right? And it's so small. As much as it has grown over the years, it's still so small compared to, let's say, the adjacent comic book hobby, right? Yeah. And so I think people, because it's so small, I think they're more passionate about what we collect and what we do here, as opposed to comics. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, and there's not much. You know, the people who like to socialize in this hobby, like other than Comic Art Live and myself, really were the only two channels that are specifically comic art only focused, right? That do live regular content. And so I guess maybe that's why. Maybe there's you know, since there's not that much content,
it's starting though. Like if you come on OAX, I mean, there was like the West Coast Avengers, the Comics Den, Swaggle Haas. I mean, there was a good amount of like even Spidey hits. But we're doing art related.
I know, and that's great.
Nick Bistro,
and that's great. But I'm just specifically referring to guys whose channels are, because those guys are still all comic guys who are now starting to do some art content, right? I'm just referring to people in our hobby who are 99% original art content, and even more specifically, live, not pre-recorded videos.
That's true. This is very, very focused for sure.
You know. Yeah. So that's it. So yeah, I appreciate
it.
Thanks
for having me, Ruben. Really appreciate it.
You're very, very welcome. And do you have a minute to hang before? Yeah. Okay. Give me a minute. I'm going to say bye to everybody. Thanks again to everybody. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about all the support you guys give me. So thanks again. I ain't going to go and make it a long-winded thank you. But thanks again to all of you. Really, really appreciate it. A few comments here before we go. Cheers, Carl. Thanks, Ruben. Have a great week, chatters. Thanks, Geoff. Rickster, one of the originals. Quite a show and tell. Exactly. Thank you so much. An awesome show tonight, guys. Thanks. A beautiful collection, Carl. Great collection, Carl. I know I showed some of these earlier, but I want to read them out loud. Carl deserves it, and you guys deserve it. Take care to Geoff and Geoff again. Well said, Carl. Ruben has hate viewers who watch more. I probably do. Stanley, go another 2 hours, please. Yeah, right. Ruben DeMille. Nikki Lab. Sorry, man. Don't get that one. Art Adams can draw a whole cover during one of Ruben's shows. That's right.
One exercise. We should get artists to draw.
Nikki B show. No, but remember, Nikki, it's one show out of what, dozens and dozens, and the rest of them are all comic books. So that doesn't count. I'm just talking primarily a channel focused on art. He's only got one show that's art focused. She's half, and she barely exists anymore. So
is that what happens? Like some comic geek says, this is the part of the show where we extend the show by making Ruben read all the comics.
That is very true. These guys always try to do that to me. Yeah, exactly. See you next week, Javi. I look forward to next week. It's going to be fun. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. See you next week. And I'll be talking to you guys over the next few days, actually, by email. Those of you who are going to be with me on next week's episode. Ruben will pay the extra surcharge if he goes a minute longer. Now for the part of the show where that's the one, right? Yeah. Rodney, good night all. Thanks, Carl and Ruben. You're very welcome. Thank you for tuning in, my friend. Appreciate it. Yoshi, looks like you showed up pretty late. You did. Guess I will be watching the replay. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Ruben, you can't leave Carl. Can't let Carl leave without talking to him about your love of whatever. Can Carl list favorite pieces in order? No, he can't. Good night from Chicago, Tom. Thank you again, Tom, for everything, for the quiz as always, and of course the video. I appreciate that very, very greatly. And Antoine, thank you. Cheers to you as well. Thanks everybody. I'm going to leave you with here we go, the thumbnail for next week, just as a reminder for the pre-Super Bowl. And please don't pay attention to that 8 p.m. It will be 3 p.m. Eastern. But I will replace that thumbnail when I schedule it on my YouTube channel. So please come by next week, next Sunday afternoon, and hang out for that right before the Super Bowl. Would really appreciate it. And thanks to all of you. S. Thomas, thank you for dropping in. Well, I guess we'll call you ST. Carl and Ruben, good night. Thank you. And thank you as well, Lee Parmenter. And I will talk to you soon. Thanks, everybody. And as always, go blue.
Thanks, everyone.